So we'll call the meeting to order at 4:01. So please give notice to countdown for AMP, I guess that is.
Yeah, tonight AMP has still equipment challenges, so we are just quote unquote on YouTube and
Okay.
on Zoom.
Okay. So a portion of the city council meeting is conducted by teleconference. In that Mayor Williamson is in South Glen Falls, New York, and is participating today by teleconference in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act. His remote location has been identified in the agenda for this meeting. So Clementine, we'll go ahead and call on you to take roll call, and then we'll deal with that other bit later.
Certainly. Councilmember Barber?
Present.
Councilmember Garcia?
Present.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Present.
Councilmember Smith?
Present.
And Mayor Williamson?
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda for this meeting at isearchmonterey.org. Remote commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. That timer is accurate with no delay if you are connected live on Zoom. And our usual meeting broadcast on Comcast Channel 25 is not available today due to fiber optic connection issues, so please tune in via Zoom or YouTube. And those of you in the chamber, we recommend wearing masks and ask that you please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with the meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government.
So Clementine, as we go through the questions, can we do them both for Mayor Williamson and Councilmember Garcia at the same time, or do I have to do that
Some of
separate?
them are different,
So
so
we'll do
you
it
could do
separate.
some of them together, like how well everyone can hear the
Okay.
proceedings.
All right. So I would now like to request that Mayor Williamson respond to the following questions. Mayor Williamson, can you hear me well?
I can.
Okay. Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Was the agenda posted 72 hours prior to the meeting at the location where you are at?
Yes.
Is your location accessible to the public, such as any member of the public could participate in this teleconference from your location if they wish to do so?
Absolutely.
Is any member of the public there with you who would like to participate in public comment portion of this meeting or otherwise address any agenda item for this meeting?
No.
Can everyone hear clearly Mayor Williamson in the chamber? Okay, great. And then the Brown Act requires any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting be taken by roll call. So we'll go through the same process for Councilmember Garcia. Please respond to the following questions. Councilmember Garcia, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
What is a brief explanation of your need to participate remotely under the emergency circumstances clause? There is no need to disclose medical information or disability status.
Yeah, I had to take a trip to Southern California to take care of my ill father.
Okay. Is anyone aged 18 or over with you in the room?
No,
Okay. And then place public. So do we need to take a vote on that, Clementine? Okay, so I'd like to have a motion with respect to granting Councilmember Garcia's request to participate remotely.
so moved.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Do I need to seek public comment on this?
Yes.
Okay, anyone in the chambers like to speak on this? Incidentally, I should just read this now while I'm at it regarding public comment. So if you do want to speak for any item, please raise your hand and then line up over there when that item is before us. We ask for those who are on Zoom to raise their remote hand. And so is there anyone who wants to comment on this question, namely the participation of Councilmember Garcia? Okay, seeing no hands in the chamber, are there any hands online?
No, no hands raised, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, then roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa, and
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hoffa, Councilmember Smith, and Mayor Williamson.
Yes.
Okay, motion's unanimous. All right, moving on to our first item, which is a presentation. The Defense Language Institute Quarterly Joint Service Awards. And I'll hand it off to our city manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was asked today by someone, when did we start this tradition? And I honestly couldn't say when we started that. As long as I frequent this chamber, we had those events where we recognize those soldiers that distinguished themselves during their education at the Defense Language Institute. And so tonight we have two folks, two soldiers in front of us, Sergeant Alexis Velasquez Moro and Private First Class Pierce Alonso. The first one works as part of the U.S. Marine Corps, and the second one is part of the United States Army. And with that, I hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor, or if you like me, I can take the opportunity. Yeah. So with that, I hand it back to Vice Mayor Hoffa.
So thank you all.
I think your mic is muted, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here. And this is a very important tradition and a very important opportunity for us to honor our Defense Language Institute instructors and students. So Sergeant Alexis Velasquez Moro, on behalf of Monterey City Council, we are pleased to present you with this recognition. Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center has established the quarterly Joint Service Non-Commissioned Officer, Petty Officer, and Junior Enlisted Board. And whereas as a recipient of the board award, Sergeant Alexis Velasquez Moro has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey and DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members, as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC. Therefore, be it proclaimed that Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, recognize Sergeant Alexis Velasquez Moro, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done, and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So let's give them some of our appreciation. And if you'd like to share a few words, we'd love to hear you.
Okay, thank you. Achalain wasachalain Picon, Ana Rakiba Velasquez Maro Alexis, Ana Rakiba Beal Mushat Al Bahri. Want me to translate it now? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I said hello. And I am Sergeant Velasquez Maro Alexis, and I am a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps here.
Thank you so much. And does anyone want to hazard a guess what language she was speaking? Go ahead. Ed?
I'm gonna go Peshwan.
No,
Arabic?
Arabic, Levantine Arabic.
So close.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. If you would like to come up, are we going to do a picture with her? Okay.
Get the screen in the back, so we got our other members there.
Yeah, maybe we should move over this way.
Yeah, let's move over. The age of modern technology, right?
How's that? Perfect. And our next award is honoring Private First Class Pierce Alonso. Whereas the Defense Language Institute has established the quarterly Joint Services Non-Commissioned Officer, Petty Officer, and Junior Enlisted Board. Whereas as a recipient of the award, Private First Class Pierce Alonso has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, knowledge of the history of the Presidio and DLI FLC chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and the armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the country's service members, as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC. Therefore, be it proclaimed that Mayor Williamson of the city of Monterey, on behalf of our city council and our citizens, recognize Private First Class Pierce Alonso, United States Army 229th Military Intelligence Battalion, for a job well done. And we thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So Private First Class Alonso, please come forward and we'd love to hear from you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أو أحسن بالنسبة للهجة المصرية أهلا وسهلا. That means hello if I'm not mistaken. أنا بشكركم جدا وأنا متشكر جدا على تكريمهم على القوات المسلحة. Thank you guys so much and we are very appreciative of your support of the armed services. Thank you.
We appreciate you. All right, sounded like Arabic again. Is that Arabic?
Yes, it was Egyptian Arabic.
Aha. So please come forward. We'd love to get a picture with you.
Thank you so much.
Private, could you take a pose back there again when you were speaking? Because I wanted to get a photograph. I'm going to send it to Nat, our Assistant City Manager. Just take, yeah.
Right at
and
the
I'll send
podium.
that for both of you.
Were you able to get one of the sergeant as well?
I was,
Okay.
yes. That's the best smile you can do. Perfect. Thank you. I'll send this to our Assistant City Manager. He'll forward it to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you to our award recipients. We very much appreciate you. You're welcome to stay if you would like. You're also, of course, welcome to leave if you have other things to do. So we're going to move on then with, let's see.
General public comments.
All right. All right, so this is the time for folks who would like to make a general public comment. Just to remind you, this would be an item that is not on tonight's agenda. So if you want to speak about something that is not on tonight's agenda, but is within the city council's purview, this would be your opportunity. Please stand, if you're in the chamber, if you could stand over here so I can see how many are wanting to speak. And then if you're on Zoom, please raise your remote hand so we can find out how many would like to speak that way. Again, this is on non-agenda items. So right now I'm seeing 1, 2, I see, sir, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the chamber. And how many online? 0. Okay, so we're going to close the opportunity for public comment now, and we'll hear from those 6 people. All right, go ahead.
Okay, and we're at 2.5 minutes, if 15 minutes total public
Yeah.
comment in the afternoon divided by 6, 2.5.
Sure, 2.5 minutes.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Steve Lightfoot here. You know, I have the biggest job in the world, bigger than the president, bigger than the Pope, bigger than anybody. I'm going to be the most famous human being on earth someday for exposing our government for killing John Lennon, letting Stephen King, the horror writer, get the autograph and pull the trigger. Meanwhile, I'm going to be able to prove Time and Newsweek and U.S. News magazines documented the whole nasty affair in bold print government codes, all about it. Stephen King writes about it. Nixon writes about why we've got to kill John Lennon in the book sitting next to Reagan today. The question is not, do I have evidence? The question is, in the grand scheme of things, where is Monterey going to end up? On the S end of this stick or looking golden? Because I can tell you, I'm the kind of bastard who, when I am the world's most famous human being, will call out anybody who dragged their feet and acted like a coward or a bootlicker or an apologist for Stephen King. Yeah, Monterey had everything going for it except for that 2-paycheck economy they have. And still, even Monterey didn't have the cojones, the self-respect, the patriotism, the welfare of the rest of America to consider to help me come forward. No, they were too busy snickering at me, jealous of me, laughing at me, calling me crazy. But I'm the least crazy person in the world. I know the dark truth about what's going on in Israel, for example. It's the Crusades all over. We put Israel and the Jews there to start wars to eradicate the Muslims. That's what's going on. You don't have to have an IQ of 165 to figure that out. Anyway, I've got a rally on December 8th, the anniversary of the murder, which was Jim Morrison's birthday, by the way. And also, by the way, the war that they started recently started almost on John Lennon's birthday. I had a rally planned that started 2 days earlier. I'll be down at Alvarado Street near Rosine somewhere with my yellow van. And I'm going to need about 100 people to get it in the paper, folks. And if you can't show in downtown Monterey, well, I'm sorry. That's where I hold my rallies. I was cooking steak and lobster at what used to be the DoubleTree Inn when it happened. So I'm standing my ground. I'm taking Stephen King down right here on my home turf. And I won't be finished with my job until Stephen King is executed for what he did. And until that happens, you're all nuts.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Thank you. Chandler Rowland. I'm a resident of Marina. The 2022 MST annual report states the Project Surf bus program would connect Salinas and the Monterey Peninsula up to 15 minutes faster than the existing Route 20 express schedule. Upon recent questioning, an MST employee states that between the Marina and Sand City transit stations, the new 2 bus lanes would save 10 minutes in travel time. The savings only of 10 minutes in travel time will cost possibly $100 million in tax dollar grant funding and destroy 6 miles of environmental landscape between Marina, Sand City transit stations. I do not trust MST management, but the city council must work with the only public transit organization in the county for disadvantaged citizens. If the possible $100 million cost of the project was city money, you would have a city planner working overtime to figure out how to get out of this financial environmental mess. Yet in reality, of course, this is every working citizen's money. I want you to get with other cities like Sand City, Marina, and Seaside and let them know you reject the SURF project.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hello, Michelle Pierce with Old Monterey Business Association. And on behalf of OMBA in partnership with First Night Monterey, we would like to cordially invite the mayor and all the members of the city council, as well as all the members of the community at large, to please join us Friday, December 1st at 5 p.m. on Colton Lawn for the traditional tree lighting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to it. So again, just in case folks didn't catch the day and time, it's Friday, December 1st, right here at Colton Lawn. We'll be lighting the holiday tree. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, Jean, 5 o'clock. Okay, go ahead, Jean. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Jean Rash. I'm here as the president of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. And we wanted to thank the entire city for their intervention with the Cielo Vista event of last week. And we are so grateful to you, all of you, Chief Hober, all the excellence of your team, and Attorney Davy, who for years and years and years represented us in court on some of our allegations against the perpetrators, and Mr. Usler, years that we've been working on this. And we're so grateful that the perpetrators were apprehended, and we're so grateful that everyone is safe, that the officers are safe, and that our residents are safe, and that the perpetrators are safe and safely in jail. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Shay Ballesteri. I'm the GEM chairman for the city of Monterey, general employees. And there's a couple of things I'd like to discuss. GEM is currently suffering and has been suffering from a serious trust and confidence issue with management in the city. Every time there is a notice or a meet and confer item that comes up on the city agenda, the city management does not give us the common courtesy of notifying us of meet and confer item. We basically have to discover it for ourselves and then have you guys pull it off the agenda, because they simply won't tell us. So we have to go in rounds of circles in order to allow you guys to do your job. And including on that, even if we do shoot something down, that it's a meet and confer item, they're just more than happy to just put it back up. Number 13 item, which I won't speak on at this moment, is one of those items. They take it down, put it right back up, and we go in circles. I don't understand why we can't have the common courtesy of being notified ahead of time, or at least honoring GEM's wishes when it comes to meet and confer items. Again, trust and confidence. Interview panels. I've been on an interview panel this past year, or many, or some. Typically interview panels, the whole purpose is to have a impartial group of people to select your best and finest for management's consideration. And who do they choose? Do you think it would be the top 2, the top 1, the top 3? Nope. They go straight to the bottom of the list, and they go straight to the nepotism or cronyism route and hire people who are management's children, nephews, sons, people who didn't remotely qualify for another interview. I was there. I've seen it. This is not speculation. Illegal job description changes. The city's decided that they can arbitrarily change people's job descriptions so that anyone who wants to apply is no longer qualified for job promotions. This has taken place and has been taking place. I know my time's running out. I have lots of other things. Trust and confidence. There's a reason why fire went straight to binding arbitration, because they have the same problem as we do. We don't trust or have confidence in management. We both suffer from the same thing. I have a mile-long list, but I'm basically out of time here. And I get to a point where I start rambling, and I really hate public speaking. So at the moment, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And if you have a chance to put it in writing and share it with the clerk, she'll share the rest of your comments with council. Yep. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm here today because I'm concerned that when the public at large takes the time to attend a city council meeting or a Monterey One water meeting, that they don't take into consideration what the public at large is saying. They make a unilateral decision. The decision at Monterey Water was already made before the meeting. I see that here at the council meeting regarding rental inventory. A lot of people took the time to come here. The excuse that members of the council and at Monterey One Water said people were afraid to come and speak out. Well, there are other ways that they can do that where they're not exposed to the quote potential of retaliation by landlords or property owners. They could speak on Zoom. They can come in on a telephone call and things of that manner. So it really bothered me when they made that decision. And I think it's inappropriate. There are a lot of regulations in place regarding rent control and housing issues. If you have a problem, there's venues that you can go through. And I don't think that it's really necessary to have a rental inventory. I mean, what does it matter if somebody's race is required to be put on a rental inventory?
So, sir, you are getting a bit on an agenda item,
Oh,
so I don't,
sorry.
that's okay.
Okay, but I would like to see that those two issues, or pardon me, that issue be on a ballot rather than 5 members of a city council making that decision. It is kind of on there. There's something down further. It's in there kind of.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, and there was nobody who raised their hand online. So we're gonna close the public comment on non-agenda items at this time. And let's see, we will move to our consent agenda. So from council, I think we will be pulling number 5 for a separate vote from the consent. And under 11, we have a council member with a comment. Are there any members of the public wanting to pull any other items so that on the consent agenda? Okay, anybody online wanting to pull an item other than 5 from the consent agenda?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I think we'll go to Councilwoman Barber for her.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
I wanted to do this in order, but number 3, a comment, but don't need it pulled.
Okay, comment. So we'll go with that. We'll go with that first since that's number 3. So Councilmember Ed, why don't you share your comment?
Sorry to
on
step
number
on you there. A quick comment on 3. It's the minutes reported from previous meeting, and it's listed as item 21 on those minutes, and it's the 8th paragraph down on those minutes. And I just wanted to point out one sentence that needs to be clarified. And it's the 8th paragraph down, and I'll read what it is, and then I'll read what it should have been. In disagreement with the majority direction, the council stated that the city was dictating to the private sector how they should spend their money to serve the city's purposes on a projection that was a hypothetical, unrealistic. It should say, in disagreement with the majority direction, a council member stated, as that's the correction for the clerk.
Okay, I think
That
we
was-
can have, is there unanimous consent to correct that? Anyone? Okay. Is that okay, City Clerk? We can make that correction now, or do we have to pull, do we have to pull this and bring it back another meeting with the correction?
Correction can be made, but all action has to be by roll call vote due to the
Oh,
number
okay,
of attendees.
so we will pull this item then and we'll vote on it as an amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. But let's go to the question on 11, Councilwoman Barber, or comment or
Right,
question again.
comment, no pull. So I noticed with the Monterey signs, being preferred provider, I just wanted to know whether there's a RFP on there. Yeah, I'm hearing a yes, but I'm not sure.
Yes, there's, yes, there is an RFP process. There was RFP that was released to posted on the website, but also released to 3 qualified vendors. 2 responded. Monterey Signs was the successful firm as part of that RFP process.
Okay, so it was posted on the website, but then it was given to 3.
It was given to 3. That's correct.
So any reason why it was given to 3 vendors and then you had it on the website too? I mean,
Because the typical process is for us to post all RFPs on the city's bids and RFPs webpage for full transparency. We also just to make sure it's on everyone's radar screen, there are often vendors that we know are qualified, and let them know that this is the website where folks can find out more about the RFP, and then they go through the
So
process.
you just gave them you just told them what's on the website.
We essentially, there's no special information that's shared with any particular vendor. They look at the RFP. It's a clean process. They review, they respond, they go through the review process. And the successful vendor is then selected and recommended to council as part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with that clarified, we're pulling items 3 and 5. And let's just go ahead and deal with them first. So item
Alan?
Yeah.
Just if I can clarify with Chrissy, do we need to pull number 3, Chrissy, or is it okay to make a motion to approve the consent with the requested change from Councilmember Smith?
That should be fine as long as it's a roll call vote or Clementine.
Okay, so it could be part of the consent.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent with minus item number 5, is it? With the correction stated by Councilmember Smith.
All right, is there a second?
City clerk's got a question.
Okay. City clerk?
I just wanted to provide a little information about why I did write it that way, if that would be.
Oh, okay, so we'll take the second and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, so Ed, did you second
I'll
it?
second that.
All right, city clerk?
Yeah, so I believe it's in the government code, the description of minutes is that it's providing the information on what the body did. And so I generally do not indicate who said what, it's about what the body did. And so a lot of times actually you'll see that I say the council said, on the one hand, the council said this and the council also said this. It doesn't usually get into what a council member did. That's my thinking on it, providing information on what the body discussed, but also the vote does reflect that it was you. So I can make.
So how do you feel about
prefer,
that,
but I
Councilman Ed?
just wanted to explain.
Yeah, so when I read it, it sounded confusing because it was as if the upper paragraphs were saying what the council as a whole did, but then down below it was like, well, the council is contradicting itself with another statement. So it just didn't flow. I don't need my name in there. I'm just saying it was the minority council was making the statement. So maybe it's just a little cleanup and wordsmithing. That's all.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second with the amended language. Let's have a public comment. Anyone wanting to comment on this item? Just this item having to do with our past minutes. Anyone on Zoom wanting to comment on our minutes from last meeting?
I see no hands raised.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment and we'll go to I assume there's no other comments from council, so we'll go to a roll call vote.
And just to clarify, this is on the whole consent agenda -5 and making the amendment to 3.
Yes, this is the entire consent agenda as well as the amended minutes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a unanimous vote. So we'll turn to item 5 and Councilman Ed, I assume you don't necessarily need a presentation or do
No,
you want to?
I just wanted
Okay.
to register a different vote.
Understood. So item 5 is a second reading of an ordinance to amend the city zoning ordinance to authorize and regulate a limited number and type of cannabis businesses and rezone multiple parcels to include a cannabis business overlay district exempt from CEQA per Public Resources Code, section 21083.3 and state CEQA guidelines, section 15183. So is there anyone in the public in the chamber who is wanting to speak on this item? I see 1, 2, if you could stand up over here. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
No hands are raised.
Okay, so we have 2 folks. You can have 3 minutes each. Please come forward.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, council, and the public. My name is John Rico Carr. I want to speak on the city's attempt at social equity regarding cannabis licenses. The state defines a social equity applicant as a minority individual that meets two of the following three criteria. One, be of low income. Two, have had a prior California cannabis arrest or conviction. Or three, have had 10 years cumulative residency in a disproportionately impacted area. This is a requirement to qualify for the state's social equity program and state funding. Social equity components include prioritized licensing, financial assistance, and additional benefits to help social equity operators. What you have represented as social equity does not qualify as such. Do you really think offering an application without a location is social equity? This social equity component is open to anyone, wealthy included. Why would anyone secure a location if they don't have to? Unless they know something the other applicants don't. The only people land grabbing are those sure they have a license or those planning to gouge those who get the licenses. The building on Lighthouse where Tuesday Morning used to be located, was asking $11,000 a month before it being zoned for cannabis. Now they want $40,000 plus a month. How does your attempt at social equity curb that issue? I'm also curious to know how Cali Roots and Rebels and Renegades got two of the cannabis event licenses without an RFP, especially when Hans Uslar emailed me stating the city is not meeting with any potential applicants or vendors. Obviously, someone met with those producers from those two events. I feel as if I haven't gotten equal treatment with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Carr. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, respected city council members. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I stand before you once again as a steadfast advocate for cannabis retail in Monterey. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on a matter of great importance to our community, the selection process for cannabis business permits. As you deliberate on the draft commercial cannabis ordinance, I urge you to prioritize the inclusion of local owners and operators in this application process. Our city stands at a crossroads, shaping the future of the cannabis industry within our borders. This decision carries potential to drive economic growth, foster community development, and promote fairness. By actively supporting and favoring local ownership, we not only champion entrepreneurs from our community, but we also ensure the equitable distribution of benefits from this growing industry among our residents. Through the selection of local owners, our city is not just granting permits, we are investing in the prosperity and well-being of Monterey. Equitable ownership is more than a catchphrase. It signifies a commitment to cultivating a fair and just marketplace. Local owners and operators inherently understand our community's pulse, our values, and our needs, and are more likely to reinvest in our city, creating a positive economic ripple effect for us all. Moreover, prioritizing local ownership is a practical step toward rectifying historical imbalances within the cannabis industry. It's an opportunity to take a stand against disparities without delving into the complex historical injustices. This is our chance to lead by example and show that our city is committed to a fair marketplace, offering a pathway for those who want to contribute positively to our community. In conclusion, as you evaluate the draft commercial cannabis ordinance and proceed with the application selection process, I implore you to consider the lasting impacts of your decision. Prioritizing local ownership is a robust step toward a more equitable and thriving community. Let's ensure that the benefits of the cannabis industry enrich every corner of Monterey, fostering a future we can all take pride in. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Gonzalez. So seeing no more public comment, we're going to close public comment and go to questions from council members, then we'll go to comments after that. Does anyone have a question? I'm seeing none. Does anyone have a comment? Seeing none, I would be interested in a motion.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion by Mayor Williamson to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Barber.
And Alan, if I
Yeah,
could,
go ahead, if you'd like to comment.
there was comments made by both public speakers, and it's challenging to have a back and forth conversation in regards to these topics, particularly the first one in a public forum. But just to address what I hear, the first comment was in regards to why Rebels and Renegades and Cali Roots are moving forward. And I'm thinking back to the history of how this came to be. And I think part of the intent here is that they are a known entity. The police department has a relationship with them and have worked with them on these events over the years. And so it made it easy for us to use that as an entry point. I don't think that necessarily means it's an end all be all. So I think there are opportunities moving forward in the future. But I think it gives us an opportunity as a city to test that relationship out and look at what cannabis related events look like in the city. So that's just to speak to that one. And then the second one, in regards to local ownership prioritization, I think that's definitely, if I recall correctly, baked into the evaluation process. But I would turn it to staff just to help me confirm how that fits into the scoring and ranking of applicants in the RFP process.
Okay, Nat.
Yes, and this is an item that we will be bringing forward to council on the December 5th meeting. We'll go over the application process. We'll actually have the draft applications to present to council. They will coincide with the cannabis business regulatory ordinance that council has passed. And the scoring detail will be outlined. There are a variety of criteria as Mayor mentioned, and the specific weight of each of the factors from the experience to community involvement, sustainability will all be presented to council for review.
Okay, thank you. Does that satisfy you, Mayor Williamson?
That does. Thank you, Nat, and thanks, Alan.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Let's vote.
Sorry, Alan.
Go ahead,
I
Councilman.
did have a comment that I wanted to share, or I guess a question as well. I'm just curious, and please remind me, whoever might have this information more readily available, if there's aside from our council meetings, maybe a reminder for the public, what are the ways that between now and the next reading, the public could also chime in on items that they believe should be included in this application process as it relates to equity and anything else really?
Yes, any feedback? Thank you for the question, Councilmember Garcia. Feedback on the process and criteria outside of what has already been baked into the ordinance can be shared at our website. We've got haveyoursaymonterey.org, where there's a project page on cannabis policy. Folks can also email we have an email that is now operational, cannabis@monterey.org, and we can take that feedback and include that as we present our recommendations to council in a few weeks.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 4-1, and that concludes the consent agenda. So we'll move to public appearances. And item 13, adopt a cash incentive and amend and restate resolution 23-068, the FY 23-24 salary schedule, to increase the top step of the salary schedule for specified engineering positions in the Public Works Department that are difficult to attract and retain. I'll pass that off to our HR director, unless city manager wants to introduce it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hoffa. Let me just allow me for a few seconds so that this topic up. we have an interesting challenge, as we point out in our agenda report, which is actually a challenge that is contrary to what we experienced in the past decades or so as challenges. We are very lucky in having various funding sources available to us to invest those dollars back into the community, into our existing infrastructure and the various assets that we are maintaining, and that you hear from your constituents about many times when they complain about that certain assets are not maintained in the right way. Roadways is always a favorite topic, but also buildings, the wharves and other facilities that we have in the city. So we are in a good position to have a multitude of funding sources that are accumulating annually anywhere between $20 to $30 million in tax dollars that we can spend on various CIP and NCIP projects. That's a relatively new fact for us. In the past, we really struggled with some of the funding sources, but Measure P, Measure S definitely helped us. SB1, Measure X, gas tax money also is helping us, and as well the TOT has contributed a significant amount of money into the coffers of the NCIP. 16% of the TOT goes to the NCIP, and if you have a TOT of $38 million annually, you know that there is $6 million or more rolling towards the NCIP. Flip side is a lot of other communities have similar beneficial budget scenarios right now. Some of those additional funding, Measure X is a countywide measure, SB1 is a statewide initiative, gas tax is a statewide initiative, but also a lot of the other funding sources, and Nat will present some of them after this meeting, i.e. Federal tax dollars and state tax dollars are rolling towards our communities, which in return have really challenged us in our positions that are actually the ones who are capable of designing those projects, managing those projects that in return are the reinvestments into our infrastructure. I'm speaking about our engineers, and I'm speaking about the engineering profession in general, and those are high in demand positions. And this city has seen quite an exodus over the past 1 or 2 years of engineers who are leaving us. And we saw also when we recruited for engineering positions that we have a challenge to fill the senior engineer or a principal engineer or a deputy public works director / city engineer. So these are not easy tasks for us. And what is important for us right now is to maintain our office with folks that can actually help us spend that money and return it into the community. These are all tax dollars. We cannot sit on those tax dollars. We have to reinvest them, because the faster we reinvest them, the more we can actually reinvest them into the community, because the pricing goes up year after year. So this measure in front of you tonight is a measure that I felt compelled to bring forward to you, because frankly, it is our challenge and our fear that we cannot deliver the projects that we need to deliver. And so with that, it's an unusual agenda report. You have seen similar reports, though, in hard to find recruitments as well, i.e. Police officers. But in this case, it's the first time that we bring this kind of professional team forward with adjusting the salaries. And with that introduction, I hand it over to our HR director. And then after Brett has given a few points about how we have conducted the salary review and the analysis of that, our public works director, Andrea Rennie, will also share with you some of the challenges she encounters when she is trying to find recruitments or trying to find other sources that can help us reinvest those tax dollars into our community. With that, I hand it over to Brett.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So with everything Hans said, we took a look at the engineering positions and did a comp study. What we did was look at our tri-county area. And so that's not typically what we use. Usually we use our comp agencies, but we weren't so much worried about like South San Francisco. We were worried about people here and attracting talent here. In looking at them, oh, I'm sorry, I have to make a correction before I go further. The correction is on this agenda report that you received. We are not moving forward with the gym positions. I apologize, I should have said that first. And so you do have corrected resolutions, but we did not exhaust the meet and confer process with Jim for their positions. And so at this time, we would not like to move forward with the engineering assistant 1, engineering assistant 2, and engineering technician. And that's for both of these items that we're recommending. That's for the salary increase as well as for the incentive. So I just want to be clear that we're only speaking to MEA positions. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So at this time, if there is anyone in the chamber who would like to speak about this item, please raise your hand and line up over here. And oh, yeah. And while they're doing that, we'll hear from the city manager.
Yeah, so just briefly, I don't think.
Oh, no, I wasn't finished.
Oh, you weren't finished. Oh, okay. I thought you were finished.
No.
Okay.
I like the,
Hold off on the public comment. My apologies.
To get that out first, so
Okay,
you
go ahead.
know what we're
yeah,
considering.
and then also we have Andrea briefly speak.
Okay.
Apologize.
All right.
I
Go ahead.
I like the spirit of speed, but
Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, I thought you just had to get comments on that change, but okay, so sorry, back to where I was. So we went out to the tri-county area. And so for the two positions that we're considering today, the associate engineer and the senior engineer, we were about number 4 in our tri-county area. We weren't at the top. So the cities that we looked at for these specific positions, City of Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley, Monterey County, Seaside, Hollister, Santa Cruz County, Soledad, Salinas, and Marina. So what we wanted to do was determine what amount needed to be added to their salary, so at least we would be at the top. So if someone wanted to come to Monterey, at least we were competitive with all of our local agencies. So with that, for the associate city engineer, we were about 5.46% behind our local market. So that's for recommendation to increase the top step of the salary schedule for the associate engineer. And for the senior engineer, we were 4.72% below our local market. And so that too is coming for recommendation to increase. So like I said, at least when we advertise, they're seeing at least some competition there. We're in the game a little bit. There's another recommendation on the table, which is an incentive program. And that would consist of, excuse me, something to incentivize people to apply with the city of Monterey, as well as retain our current engineers. Andrea will speak more to this, but it's a tight market that's throughout California now with engineers. And so we're just trying to do a little something to be competitive. Your agenda report lists, again, the GEM positions, but I would like those removed. So what we're asking for the stipend is the associate civil engineer, construction projects manager, the engineering projects manager, and again, the senior engineer. And so those would be the classifications eligible for the stipend. The stipend is, do you have a question?
Nope,
Okay.
continue. I just heard you pause.
Okay. Gotta be fast here.
Slow down, slow down.
Oops, sorry. So the stipend we're looking at is to be paid out quarterly. And so it would be something that an applicant would receive upon hire, $3,000 and would receive that quarterly. And that would also be extended to our current staff because again, retention is an issue. Current staff are also being recruited by the next city, by the next private company. And with that, if there's no questions for me, I will turn it over to Andrea to give a little more in-depth.
So do we have any questions for Brett? Yes, Councilwoman Barber.
So first of all, thank you for that. So I just might want to make sure for clarification that I'm understanding it while I'm looking at this. So
Mhm.
for the cash incentive, there's one thing, and for the increasing the top steps is the second thing, but you're asking for both, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and you're asking for both on the associate civil engineer and the senior engineer. And you pulled the engineer assistant 1, 2, and engineering technician. Is that correct?
Yes, so I'm asking for the wage increase for the associate civil engineer and the senior engineer.
Right.
And the
which is
next
The
sec-
5.6 and the 4.72.
Correct. And then in the next section, there are more additional classifications to be
Right.
included in the incentive.
Right, I've got that part.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I got that. Okay. And was there a reason why the engineering assistant 1 and 2 and engineering technician was pulled?
Yes, so they are represented by Jim. We met and conferred, and we haven't exhausted that process. So
Okay.
at this time, they're not in agreement with moving forward. And so this report had already gone through, and I wanted to make that correction. Until we've exhausted that process, we
Okay,
won't
thank you.
include them. Okay.
Okay, I see Mayor Williamson's hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I'm just wondering if Brett could describe and Hans, maybe you can better help formulate where I'm trying to get at with this, but how the engineer assistant positions work in regards to the growth potential that exists for those. And it might be helpful to just describe to the public in regards to what the goal is in regards to getting people into those positions and what those look like for long-term employment within the city.
If okay with you, Hans, I'd like to have Andrea speak to that because she can talk about the pipeline of our entry level and the licensing they get and how they feed into our associate engineers. Okay.
Okay, if there's, Gino, you want to ask your question of Brett right now, and then maybe we can get an answer to Mayor Williamson's question in a second when Andrea comes up. Go ahead, Gino.
Yes, please. Thank you. Brett, thank you for the information. And I think for me, I'd be interested in a reminder of the extent of the recruiting. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is now the appropriate time to ask this. Just kind of want to get a clear idea of what other, I guess, alternatives have been exhausted before we start looking at bumping rates. So my question really comes from an idea of maybe extending the geographical area where recruiting is happening, right? And I wonder also if there are any restrictions to that in terms of, and this is a question because I don't entirely understand how certification happens for engineers, but I wonder if, for example, looking for engineers from other states, if their certification would apply to the state of California and that kind of thing. So anything you can speak to that, that'd be great.
With that question also, council member, if you're okay, I'd like to turn that over also to Andrea because she'll talk about the recruitment and the pipeline and okay.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's hear from Andrea.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'll start with answering the couple. It's okay. Answering a couple of questions, and then I'll go into just a little bit more numbers. So the pipeline, what happens is usually engineering tech is the very first step, and usually those are folks who just have graduated from college. And I'm going to point right behind here, Cody Hennings. He started as an engineering tech, and then he progressed to an engineering assistant 1. Then you progress to an engineering assistant 2 as you get more experience. And with that, you meet your minimum qualifications to apply to take the exam to become a professional engineer. So if you're looking at a progression, you start out as an engineering tech, you move on to engineering assistant 1, when you get more experience, then engineering assistant 2, and then you're eligible to take a California exam. So once you pass the 8-hour exam, the seismic and the surveying, then you can become a professional engineer in the state of California, and you can actually call yourself an engineer. So that's when you get your license. So that's the career progression. After you pass the exam, we have a side letter agreement with our MOUs that allow an engineering assistant 2 who has their professional engineering license to become an associate engineer. After associate engineer, you progress to senior engineer and principal engineer, and then a city engineer. So on a personal note, I started with the city in the year 2000, and I think I've held almost every engineering position in the city. And I am very grateful for all the opportunities, but I too started as an engineering assistant. I got my license while in the city, and then I became an engineering associate. And those are the folks that we're looking at to be the next public works directors, the next city engineers of the future. To answer Councilmember Garcia's question on recruitment, having been here long enough, I remember when we used to recruit and we used to have 20 candidates or more. We had a lot of licensed candidates, and we found that even for a high-level position, which was the Deputy Public Works Director, City Engineer position that we recruited for, we only had 3 applicants. And we're lucky enough to have a very qualified applicant, Andrew, so we lucked out on that one. But it is not common to only have 3 applicants for such a position. We did look for out of state. In fact, we had a candidate from Texas for a senior engineer. He had a little bit of a sticker shock when he looked at moving to Monterey, so he didn't actually accept the offer. So we're not finding that we're getting the volume or the experience when we go for recruitments. In fact, we actually have failed a couple of recruitments as well. And if that answers your question, I'd like to just give you a brief overview on a couple more things and expand on what Hans said.
Could I ask one follow-up to the recruitment question?
Of course.
What has been the history or experience of the recruitment for the engineering assistant positions?
For the engineering assistant position, I believe it was just prior to COVID. We also had a failed recruitment where we did not recruit anybody for that position. The last successful recruitment that we had, we actually got Cody, and we got one other gentleman that left the city during COVID.
And were the pools of those recruitments similar to what you described in regards to the other engineering recruitments from when you seen in the past where you had, tens of applicants apply?
Yes. So I want to say that for the past 4 years, there's been a very steady decline in the number of applicants.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And so just to talk a little bit more and give you an overview of the city engineering related positions. So I was looking at an org chart from 2016. In 2016, we had 17 positions filled, and we had 12 registered engineers. In comparison, right now, we have 11 filled positions and 6 registered engineers. So half the amount that we did back in 2016. And just as a reminder as well, in 2016, we did not have Measure P&S, we did not have Measure X, and we didn't even have SB1 back then. Number of CIP projects currently is at 89 with a $50 million balance. Number of NCIP projects is 85 with about a $13 million balance. So now we're talking about 174 projects, around $63 million, and 11 folks and 6 registered engineers, including myself. So this is not the only thing that we get. We also get a lot of service requests from our residents. We have expectations of service from our residents and taxpayers of, delivery of these services, and they call for a multitude of questions and they have high expectations, as they should. I also want to say that this is not a California issue. This is not a Monterey issue. This has become a nationwide issue. There are many, many articles on all the infrastructure money and how we're not finding the folks that are actually going to deliver those projects. Can we use consultants? Absolutely, we can use consultants. We just got done with a request for proposals and we received 11 proposals for civil engineering consultants. And we're going through those and we expect to bring an item to council to award some of these contracts. What is happening with consultants is they also have limited bandwidth because they're also competing for engineers. So they are assisting the cities of Marina, all the cities in Seaside, PG, Salinas, all the cities in the Bay Area. So we're just another city in a queue for their services. So we're also finding that it's taken quite a long time to get delivery on these projects. Can we do everything with consultants? Absolutely not, because nobody knows the city better than our own engineers do. So if you get a consultant from the Bay Area, are you going to get as good as a project as if you get a consultant from the Bay Area that has oversight from an engineer from Monterey? You really need engineers in Monterey because they know the city and the infrastructure better than anybody does. We're also finding that we have a lot of unfunded federal mandates. So we have a lot of regulatory items coming to us. We have sewer items, stormwater, traffic. We have a lot of different things that we need to do in order to protect the city from liability. We also have the council's value drivers. So I know that you're all very interested in Vision Zero, so sea level rise, electrification, and charging stations. And most importantly, the city infrastructure to support housing. And so we need engineers to deliver on all of these. And one of the things also, as Nat is going to present on grants, we are missing out on grant opportunities because we don't have enough engineers to deliver on these projects. So this is a really big missed opportunity as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Barber?
Go ahead. Questions.
Okay. Just a very quick question. Thank you so much. That was very informative. And you're right. I hear about it all the time. It's not only this industry, but many industries have been impacted since COVID. So can you tell me, you spoke a little bit, I understand the deficit part of the civil engineer consultants, but how does that compare fiscally with what we're looking at as far as tonight for the bumps?
I'm sorry, did I understand
So
correctly?
fiscally,
So
like what's the difference in the change of what you're paying, what you would be paying the consultants as opposed to versus what we're looking at, what you're asking for tonight?
we end up paying the consultants more because we need our engineers to look at the plans.
So how much more? Do you know, like percentage wise?
It's hard to tell, but I want to say that it costs us at least 1.5 to 2 times when we're using consultants. If you're just comparing flat hourly rates, it could be from 1.5 to 3 times, depending on their pricing structure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
No question.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Seeing no other questions, we'll go to the public. So again, in the chamber, please line up over here if you would like to address this item. And if there's any members of the public on Zoom who would like to address the council on this item, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, so it looks like we have 3 folks in the chamber. Anybody online?
Yes, there's one hand raised.
Okay, so 4 folks. So I think we could give you 3 minutes each. So go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm just here. I'm Cody Hennings. I'm an engineering assistant here in Public Works. Just to speak a little bit about retention, as Andrea mentioned, having people with kind of the historical knowledge in the engineering field is really important. We see it, just somebody to go out there and know where things are buried, to put it simply. But yeah, I'm here to speak in favor of this resolution and to hope that the GEM positions make it here one day as well. And if I may, I want to read a prepared statement from a colleague of mine who was unable to attend. Her name is Marissa Garcia. So, I'm an engineering assistant here in the Engineering Division Public Works Department. I'll be disagreeing or partially disagreeing with the GEM union, and as I am not an active member of the GEM union, I am very much in support of this item. I sincerely and greatly appreciate the council for considering this item. And over the past 3 years, you have heard from our team about the difficulties in recruiting and retaining qualified staff. In the last few months, we've made some great strides, but there's still more ground to cover as we still remain understaffed. The issue of recruitment and retention in engineers specifically is an industry-wide issue and has become extremely competitive between both public and private sector. I appreciate not only as the city council has chosen to identify this as a value driver, but that the council is addressing this issue to ensure that the city of Monterey recruits the best and retains the best staff. This proposal will make the city more competitive for recruitment and retention. Having some of the best staff is one of the reasons that I came to this city, as I was recruited by our very qualified, at the time, city traffic engineer. I chose to come to Monterey from a private sector for the opportunity and mentorship under a highly knowledgeable and highly respected engineer in my field. This proposal, which includes both senior and junior level engineering staff, will not only help us improve our ability to deliver projects, but hire new junior level staff like myself to stay and pass on the institutional knowledge that is critical in a city as unique as Monterey. This proposal will also allow junior staff like myself to stay in the city of Monterey as the cost of living increases. I currently live in the city of Monterey and would like to continue to work and live in the city. Thank you again for me to make my comment and considering this proposal.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, again, I'm Shafe with the City of Monterey Gem Association in Union. We'd like nothing more but to give more of our members a higher paycheck. When the city finally decided to do the meet and confer with us, we asked them, how do we sell this to the employees? And what's the retention? Well, there was no retention problem. They only had, I think, one employee in our group that had gotten a promotion. And other than that, there's other positions that they haven't simply recruited for. We're about to negotiate in 6 weeks. I don't understand what the hurry is. It's not like other GEM positions don't have other significant retention problems and recruitment problems. My own department couldn't get the employees within to apply for promotional opportunity, and nobody from the outside was remotely qualified. So I don't understand how this is such a hurry. Again, the city was more than happy just to put this on the agenda. Once we asked them to pull it because they didn't notify us for a meet and confer, we went in circles and circles and circles. But honestly, I don't understand the big hurry. I have a long list of stuff here that I think is pertinent. I also have the statistics for all the positions in terms of recruitment. We've kind of kept our own notes, and I can go down the list. I think one of the major details that you're not getting is the actual recruitments. How many have they had? When was the last one? We would like to simply just give our employees more money. It's an easy one for us, but when we asked HR, what's the problem? Let us know. How do we sell this to employees? There was simply no reply. They didn't have anything for us to give to the employees to vote this forward. And I have the statistics here. Engineering assistant 2. Oh, excuse me. We've kept associate engineer. The last hiring process was in 2019. Construction project management, 2019. Engineering assistant 1, 2019. Engineering assistant 2, you've never put out a recruitment for this. It was simply a reclassification for 3 engineering staff assistant 1 positions. Engineering assistant 1 positions, excuse me. Engineering project manager, 2022. Engineering technician, 2019. Senior engineer, this seems to be a decent one. You've had 1 in 2019 and 2022. The engineering project manager was a brand new position in 2022. And so we look at this and we're like, the entire GEM union has significant issues as well. What makes these people so important all of a sudden? We're about to negotiate. Just wait a couple weeks. Let's talk it out. If you have any questions on my statistics, I'd be happy to forward them to you. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment, and please do share that with the council. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Peter. I'm here because I'm concerned about the net effect of the cost of these incentives and bonuses and such on the long term for the taxpayer as regards to pension plans. I'm wondering if there's another way it could be approached where it's not a liability for the taxpayer, whereas we can still offer something that makes competitive. The suggestion, if it's like a entry-level engineer and the person has school loans, it can be a win-win. If you pay off part of somebody's school loans, you know, like say they do a year and then you make a payment on their behalf towards their school loans, there's no tax liability, my understanding. Please double check that. For the recipient, if the city was to pay off part of that school loan, whereas if they were to receive the monies as a bonus or an incentive, I believe that there would be taxes involved in that scenario. Under that guise, I would think that there would not be a liability for the taxpayer in the way of PERS contributions. Please double check that, make sure that that's in fact the case. For more senior individuals that have maybe a slightly higher paycheck, an incentive might be, if they don't own a home, to contribute towards a buy down, so that when they do purchase a home, instead of the interest rate being 7%, you can do buy downs where it's say 4% the first year, 5% the second year, and on up to whatever the prevailing rate is. And I think that might be another possible venue to look at. So you need to retain engineers, and that's one way to do it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. So we're going to close public comment on this item at this time. And I had a question for staff for, yeah,
Mayor,
we did have some folks online. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you.
we have one.
Okay.
Go ahead, EM.
Good evening, Esther Malkin. I just wanted to point out something that's pretty obvious. The cost of living keeps coming up as part of the problems we have with recruiting in every department, and not just the city jobs, but everything. The medical field in particular should really be bothering everybody, because whatever the field, we can't attract talent when we have no housing that is affordable. When people say the cost of living here is so high, the number one cost of living is housing. And that's the highest cost of living that anybody has. And that's the one thing that we're lacking the most of. So while we're trying to address this, you know, this is the byproduct of not having had it addressed. And we need to think about this in a bigger long-term way, because while we're going to be working on meeting the current RENA goals, we still have to be able to attract talent for longer into the future than the 8 years of the RENA cycle. And whether it's for the city to function or for the society to function here, you know, when you've got people coming out of college programs with school debt, they cannot afford to come here to pay the housing costs that we have. So this is the ripple effect that is really, it's really important to try and not repeat the same mistakes. And it's going to take us a very long time to catch up, which is one of the very reasons why, when the conversation about affordable housing continues to go back to just add more supply and it'll stabilize the rents, it doesn't happen fast enough. And in the meantime, we can't attract talent, we're losing talent, and we are not going to be able to function properly and keep our city the way that we like to see it and maintain property values and all of the things that come along with keeping employees and retaining them. So I just want to point out what should be obvious, but that we have to really think longer term than what previous administrations have when it comes to housing, and particularly affordable housing and affordable rents, because until we can add significant amounts of supply, we cannot keep having rents go up and that be the number one reason why people can't move here or afford to live here and stay here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. So we're going to close public comment at this time. I did have a question for staff regarding the last speaker in the chamber, and the incentive. Is the incentive a stipend, or is the incentive part of their base salary? Because a stipend typically is not PERSable, at least not in the community college system. Could you speak to that? Would the incentive be PERSable, or is that not going to be PERSable?
I think the initial intent is that it's not personable and not part of base salary.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? I see Councilmember Ed's hand.
Yeah, just quick question. I know that this is not the entire solution that we thought we were going to have tonight in terms of the labor representation, but how long do we anticipate that we will be doing a process with Jim so that we can address the additional employees that would have been included in this tonight had it not been being needed to be modified? So how long do we expect the Jim negotiations process to take place? And that way we can come back and address the remaining employees that are in the engineering.
I would say no more than 60 days.
Okay, thank you. Ready? I'm
Okay.
ready to make some comments, or maybe we want a motion first.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Okay, comments.
Yeah, I understand the various presentations, perspectives from the speakers tonight. I don't see that this is something that's meriting us waiting. I see this as a critical need. Some of the recruitments that did take place were pre-COVID. There's been some vast information that has been gathered on what we know what the competition is. Even though there's been not a recruitment for some of the positions, it's not that we don't think that we, well, when we say if you're in the recruitment position, you get a sense of whether you're going to get a good response or not, because you know the market, you know the positions, you know the competition. And we're all competing for the same very talented people that are going to go into the engineering field. All of the cities that are listed in this staff report, we are in competition for them for the comparables in base. We're trying to do something novel, which is an incentive that gets attention, that boosts us. And I would likely think that if this is approved tonight, then you can anticipate there's going to be a recruitment, which is what we want to get to. We have to have a recruitment. And before we do the recruitment, we need to have this incentive that helps that recruitment be much more effective. The other thing is the public works director listed out our competition, and actually she didn't forget it. She just didn't mention it, that we're in competition with TAMSI, with AMBAG, with Santa Cruz Transportation, with MST, and all the other public agencies that are outside of the typical cities and counties in our region. So I hear this all the time from MST, AMBAG, TAMSI, in terms of this particular discipline that is highly sought after, highly competitive. And we have a backload of municipal projects with funding that I just don't see any reason for us to wait. I appreciate Jim's representation. I would say you're going to be at the table, you're going to negotiate, and we do want to listen to you, and the city manager will bring something back to us. But I think this is in a hurry. I think this is important not to delay, because I want to see our engineers get recruited and get them to work, because we've got projects that are waiting. And now is the time to recruit before we get into the middle of winter when it's hard to get things started. So when we come out of the dry months, that's when we should launch forward and be attacking the NCIP projects, the Measure X, Measure S, projects and all the other public works projects. And I know Andrea Rainey is anxious to get started with if she has the staff. So I'm in favor and support the presentation by the city staff and agree that it's the right model to get us forward. It's not the end and it's not all of the solutions that address many of the problems that are cited tonight by the speakers. This is one solution for a niche of a recruitment problem, and I am in support.
Thank you for that comment. I see Councilmember Gino with his hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and support this item as well. I think Andrea brought up a very important point to this whole equation, and that being the sticker shock, which is something that I've heard throughout the region, where agencies are making offers that are pretty competitive, but once candidates start really looking into moving to this area, those offers sometimes are withdrawn, or those acceptance letters are withdrawn. So I wonder if there's a strategy potentially there that could be developed, right, to tie in housing as we're doing some recruitment. And I think another item that that stuck with me, talking about the increase being about 4 or 5%. The way that I interpret that increase is that increase would bring the compensation for these roles up to a similar or equal level to other agencies in the area. And I'd be interested to see what kind of uptick we get from recruiting if this item moves forward and the compensation is that far, because then really what candidates have at that point is they'll have options to go to a variety of places because they're all paying right around the same, right? All that to say that I wonder if down the line it would be good to monitor the uptick if there is one, and if there isn't, maybe at that point, think about even a further increase to really stand out from the group of agencies who we're competing against. And those are all my comments.
Yeah, thank you. Any other council members? Let's just make sure we don't have any other comments. Any other comments? Okay, I did have a comment before we go to the motion. So I'm going to support the motion. It is important that we recruit and retain and are competitive in the engineering department. We have a lot of important work to get done that has been delayed for a long time because of a lack of staff. So appreciative of the approach to address those issues. I will say that I think that it makes sense that we're addressing the engineering assistant and technicians separately, that those positions should be negotiated through the meet and confer and negotiating process. And I can appreciate that Jem may be aware of other positions that are also difficult to recruit and retain and may want us to look at that in a comprehensive way. And I think that makes sense for that unit. Hopefully we can do that, in an expeditious manner. I would assume they would want to do that and help their members, get salary increases as soon as possible too. The last thing I would just say is I think it's important we communicate clearly and early with our bargaining units on things like this. Anything having to do with, salary schedule adjustments, incentives, job descriptions, reclassifications. We should be scheduling meetings with them at times that are mutually agreeable. And so that would be my last comment. And now I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to entertain a motion for, I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Barber, second by Councilmember Smith. Any other comments from council?
Yeah, just one quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you all said what my thinking is. Time to act is now. Does not mean that we don't continue negotiating with Jim, because they certainly represent their employees and we do want to hear from them. And we do look forward as we compare the results of the compensation study. And those take a long time. We've done them in the past. We'll be doing another one. And we do have some other positions throughout the city that we certainly we have our eyes on, because we have to recruit for a variety of positions. So I support the motion.
Okay, let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Huffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. So our last public appearance item before the recess is 14. Is that something we can do in like 5 minutes or less, or should we move that to the evening agenda?
No, we can do it in 5 minutes or less.
Okay,
Mr.
then I'll
Mayor.
hand it off to you.
The Vice Mayor, sorry. Sorry for a long time ago, we had a city employee. His name was John Pfeiffer, and I don't think anyone remembers them in this room here. Some of them do. And John, I made a cardinal mistake in front of him when I said, "Oh, we have grant money for that. That's free money." And he vigorously corrected me and said, "That's never free money. That's taxpayer dollars." And he was right. And I learned my lesson to speak differently about grants. We wanted to provide you with a quick report where we are on federal, state, and nonprofit grant opportunities from time to time. Council hears about grant opportunities from time to time. You have constituents who are approaching you and suggesting there are parks grants out there, there are housing grants out there, etc. And I felt it was appropriate to share with the council briefly and a little bit more exhaustive in our written report what we have done, just to share with you our story, and of course, as always, be absolutely open to your input. And with that, I've asked Annette to present this item on behalf of many staff members who have contributed to this presentation and the report.
Great. Thank you, Hans, and good evening, Mayor and Council. We wanted to spend just a few moments, and we'll keep this brief this evening in the interest of time, but why do we pursue grants? And there are funding opportunities at the federal and state level that align with the city's priorities, and we'll walk through just a few examples of some of the federal, state, and regional grants the city has successfully pursued over the last year and a half. More federal funds have been available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, as well as other federal and state sources than in prior years. And state grants, as one example, has a greater emphasis on housing. So let's talk briefly about seeking and securing grants. We hired in July 2022 a grants consultant called California Consulting to help supplement the hard work of our city staff to pursue, solicit, and follow up on grant opportunities, and a variety of them, mostly federal, but some state grants as well. And that grant consultant cost is $5,600 per month, but we believe it's been well worth the cost, given the expertise that they bring to help us find grants and help secure grants alongside city staff. So some of the grants secured since July 2022, they total $5.66 million in funding. Housing, just one example, we recently, Hans, reported $2.45 million from HCD, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, for the Madison Street Affordable Housing Project, $180,000 for the housing element, $165,000 for the housing element and EIR, $56,000 for pre-development for the Madison Street project. Other examples include transportation, $200,000 from the Federal Highway Administration for the Monterey Local Road Safety Plan, $150,000 from Central Coast Community Energy for the Plan Your Fleet EV program that's helping us identify EV charging station infrastructure for the city's fleet, not just for the public, but for our city's fleet as we expand electric vehicles within the city. $119,000 from the Transportation Agency for Monterey County for the Madison, Larkin, and Herman Quick Build project. Other grants we've secured focus on emergency management and public safety, $800,000 from California Fire, CAL FIRE, for fuel reduction. We received 50,000 from Cal OES, the Office of Emergency Services, for equipment. We also have $3,000 from the Tyler Hart Institute for the AEDs. These are the automated external defibrillators that you see, one here and one in Colton Hall. And there's also additional funding that isn't in this report because it's currently pending. We'll be bringing before you asking for approval of us to secure and receive an urban area security initiative grant for police and law enforcement equipment. That will come to you on December 5th. That's a UASI grant. We also received state homeland security funding as well. On the recreation and parks side, $177,952 from California State Parks for the Sports Center, $100,000 from CDBG for the Laguna Grande Regional Park, and $100,000 from the Monterey Peninsula Foundation for Solicito Ball Field as well. And last but not least, the Library and Museums Department, quite a few grants. Many of these were secured by our city staff alone. We have $188,000 from the California State Library for an early learning hub, $152,000 for a bookmobile, and this is a contribution towards the cost of a bookmobile that we hope will be delivered by the end of the year. And our staff will be heading over to Ohio to bring that over in December. $55,000 from the MC Gives campaign to update the children's area at the library, and additional funds for the zip book programs and funding from the Community Foundation for the Path of History project. In total, you can see here, this is a bar chart that shows some of the totals of funding that the city has secured, and by priority area, housing obviously being a top priority, $2.8 million largely coming from the state of California. Wildfire prevention, $1.29 million. Library and museums, $471,000, and then other funding sources as well. Some of the grants that are pending, we have $4.4 million in the pipeline, $3.8 million. We're waiting to hear from the U.S. Department of Transportation for their Protect grant that would be used for flood mitigation in the Lighthouse Tunnel and El Estero Park pump station. Another almost $500,000 for Don Davie Park fuel reduction, $90,000 for a Cal Recycle grant for SB 1383 compliance. There are some grants that where we have not received funding. We've applied, we haven't been as competitive. We have $347,000. We're hoping to apply again potentially for organized retail theft grant. $239,000 for a U.S. Department of Agriculture grant for urban and community forestry. Funding for the California State Library grant for energy efficiency, and a FEMA grant for thermal imaging cameras. We also make a deliberate effort to identify what grants are we competitive for and which ones are we not competitive for, because it isn't a good use of staff time to apply for grants when we know off the bat that we're not competitive. One of the big challenges for the city of Monterey as we apply for federal and state funding is often that our community is classified as a quote unquote high income community. So with California State Parks grants, for example, there's a criteria that requires the majority of grants to go towards lower income communities. And because even though there's such a high cost of living here in Monterey, there is no adjustment for cost of living. So we candidly are less competitive to communities such as the Imperial Valley or Central Valley communities such as Fresno and Tulare and Stockton, for example. So because of that, even though we have needs in Monterey, we aren't competitive as much on that front. Other areas where we're less competitive is when there are grants that are applied based on a per capita basis. For example, Prop 68, we received $177,000 for the city of Monterey, population 30,000 roughly. City of San City and Delray Oaks received the same dollar amount. And the city of Los Angeles also received the same dollar amount. So you can imagine the state funding is really a little unfair when it's a flat amount, regardless of the size of the city. In those cases, we take all the funds we can get, but recognize and have advocated with Cal Cities as well as at the state level about a more equitable adjustment for cost of living for Monterey compared to other parts of the state when it comes to grants that are given. So that's the summary for you this evening, and we have our city staff happy to answer any questions about specific grants. All the information is in your packet, and I appreciate your comments and thoughts tonight.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Council, any comments?
Just a comment to
Ed?
say, yeah, thank you, very exhaustive and complete, and appreciate seeing this. And I don't know how often we see this, but I would imagine every year is appropriate, but very helpful to see how the work is resulting in what we know that we need to operate a very, very active and busy city. But thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Kim.
I'm sorry, I just, thank you so much. That is a lot of work. I do grant writing too, so I understand that. But that is definitely not saying I would be able to even think about doing anything that what you guys do. I mean, it's vast. But I was curious as to the consultant that you hired July 2022, what you saw as far as a difference from maybe say July 2021, as far as the number of grants percentage wise. Have you seen a uptick or same or?
We've seen an increase. One of the reasons why, and we can follow up with you with more detailed numbers. I don't have them readily available, but we recognize that there were some grant opportunities where we didn't have the staff resources to apply, or we're not sure how competitive we are. That's having a grant consultant has been very helpful in seeing that uptick.
Yeah.
We have been tracking over the years on our city's website. We actually have a page that has information on all the city grant opportunities. We've been maintaining that for many years, so we can tally that up and show that percent increase. But there has been an increase, absolutely.
I can definitely see why it would be. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it would be helpful maybe
Great.
at the budget, when we get to the budget, to be able to just kind of see how did it compare this year to prior years?
Yeah, thank you.
Gino, Councilmember Gino.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nat, for the information. Curious to know, or rather in the content, maybe I missed a couple items, and I did see a couple items actually sprinkled in the presentation relating to climate resiliency. So I'm curious to know if the grant consultant does actively seek grants relating to resiliency, climate resiliency, and also in terms of grants in general. I'm curious to know to what extent city staff partners with our legislators to work on these items.
Great questions, Councilmember Garcia. To answer your first question regarding the climate resiliency, there are some categories that range from climate resiliency with energy resiliency and facilities that we've considered applying for, but unfortunately aren't competitive enough. They fall under the category of we're not an underserved community based on the average income or the geography, specific targeted geographical areas in the state of California. So we have not applied for them, but we've seriously considered them. And some where we actually have applications in the pipeline. There's a energy resiliency grant towards community centers and libraries and public spaces that we're considering, that also may include battery storage as part of the facility that we're considering and working with the consultant and our team. We met just last week. So they absolutely are on our list, to answer your question, all the potential opportunities, but we are less competitive, candidly, on many of those. The other question that you had, remind me, was relating to.
Yeah, to what extent staff reaches out to legislators to partner up on, trying to get some of this funding?
Yeah, most of the grants that we apply for, I would say 95% are competitive grants. It's there's clear criteria, and we have to meet the criteria needs letters of support. Often we're told don't make a difference at the state level. And but with the earmarks that have been brought back, we are having internal discussions about what potential projects could we advocate for earmarks at the federal level, and potentially at the state level too. We continue to talk about housing and other topics. But most of these grants, 95% are ones that are completely the letters of support from the governor or state senators or others have no weight at all in its competitiveness.
Okay. Does that conclude your questioning? Okay. Mayor Williamson.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's really nice to be able to see all the wonderful things that we're able to take advantage of. And so it would be good to maybe have this looked into an annual report of some type to kind of see the status and the progress as things go along here. I'm wondering the possibility of the council having a presentation specifically on housing related grants. I know that the state has a lot of different funding mechanisms, and it would be helpful to maybe just dive in a little bit deeper, particularly because this is such a priority for the council, and look at what things where there might be potential, where there might be some concern from staff in regards to what those look like. And just name a few. I know there's like CDBG funding at the state level. What does it look like for us to tap in to some of that? There's the local housing trust fund. And that takes a little bit of coordination with other jurisdictions within the county. So not to go into it tonight, but I guess just more of a comment. It would be helpful to kind of dive a little bit deeper on this housing conversation. But it doesn't go without saying that the staff deserves a lot of kudos for the work that's been done to get as much funding as has come in up to this point. So just really appreciate all the work and the boots on the ground from staff and the coordination with the different agencies and nonprofits. So thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just follow up and kind of follow up to Councilmember Gino's comment about if there are any grants that we identify, that staff identify, that where it might be helpful to have council members speak with our elected officials at the state or federal government. Many of us have relationships with those folks. So if you could let us know, like, it sounds like it's a small number of the grants, but if there are some, if you could let us know maybe in the Friday update, and some of us could reach out to those folks to try to help. Again, also want to convey my appreciation to staff. I kind of just back of the envelope calculation, it looked like about 5.5 million in successful grants. So that's going to do a lot of good things for the city of Monterey and our residents. And our residents are contributing tax dollars to the state and federal government. It's appropriate and proper for some of those funds to come back to us. And I appreciate staff doing the hard work because it doesn't just come back if we don't do that work. So thank you very much. And I had the honor at AMBAG 2 weeks ago to vote for that $2.8 million REAP grant, which will, help move forward our Madison Street project. So very excited to see that. If there's no other comments, I'd take, we don't have to, this is not an actionable item, correct? We're just receiving the report. Okay. So at this time, we're going to adjourn to close session. And thank you all very much. We'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for our evening session.
Mr. Vice Mayor, just public comment. We don't think there are, but.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Is there anyone who wanted to speak on this item? Okay. No one in the chamber, anyone online?
No hands are raised, Mr.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thanks for that correction. Okay. So with that, we will adjourn to close session. So anyone who wants to speak on the closed session agenda? Seeing no one in the chamber, anyone online?
No hands raised.
All right, on the third try, we are going to adjourn to close session. Thank you so much.
In progress.
Welcome back to this meeting of the Monterey City Council. We're reconvening for our 7 p.m. evening session. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'll ask Councilmember Ed to lead us.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So our first item is to continue general public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So this is your opportunity. If there's something not on the agenda within the city council's jurisdiction, are there any folks in the chambers who are going to want to speak? I see one. Okay, two. And anybody on Zoom?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, so then we'll close the opportunity to identify speakers, and the two speakers in the chamber would like to come up. Please do so. This is on non-agenda items. Okay, and how about you, sir?
I don't know if I could talk about the rental problem and also cannabis.
I don't think the rental thing is on the agenda, is it? Okay, the cannabis thing was on the agenda, but the rental item is not. So please come on up.
My name is Tom Gowing. I lived in Monterey for 45 years. And I guess by the grace of God, I have never had a cigarette. I've never had a cup of coffee. I've never smoked a marijuana cigarette. I've never taken any drugs at all outside of prescription drugs by a doctor. So as my friends tell me, I'm a rare animal. The cannabis obviously was passed by state and it is legal. That doesn't mean Monterey can say yes or no to having stores in Monterey city limits to sell the crap. So if you vote to have a store open to sell the stuff, and obviously you guys aren't worried about what it does to people. All you're worried about is the damn tax that you get to take care of other things that probably shouldn't be taken care of, i.e. affordable housing, subsidized housing, however you want to classify that. I suggest every council member and everybody who's voting on this, go to the rehab centers, walk the streets, get on the beach, see those people. I work with a church who gives some of those people money, clothing and stuff at Dennis and Menace Park, and ask those people where they started their drug rot. Where did they start? Maybe it was cigarettes. It was probably marijuana. And granted, everybody in the world probably has smoked that stuff. It does destroy brain cells, especially in young kids, 13 to 18 to 19. If you know anything about the male anatomy, a male does not really come into his own until he's 28, 29, 30. Their brain does not develop. That marijuana destroys their brains. So you guys need to have some more common sense and look at the whole picture. Granted, you want more income. That's what you do this rental registry thing, which is a bunch of junk to begin with too. You just want more money to spend your own way. This should be taken up by the city and the people that live in this city to see if they want to have marijuana stores on their corner. I'll bet you a lot of them don't. Why don't you put some in Carmel, Pebble Beach, Carmel Valley? Put the stores there and see what those people think. You guys need to use common sense. I don't see anybody on this council that has any common sense. So I thank you for your time and patience, and hopefully you'll listen to me.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no other members of the public who want to speak on non-agenda items, we'll close that portion of the meeting. And we'll move to item 15, which is a presentation on the Monterey Salinas transit presentation, please.
And as always, it's my pleasure to introduce to the council the general manager of Monterey Salinas Transit, Carl Sidorik. And as I stated, I think the last time you were in front of us, maybe 2019 or 2020 in person. Carl knows his stuff like no other transit manager does. And you're in for a nice ride with that presentation. And please ask him any question you can come up with. And he will give you 100% data-driven, smart answers. And with that, Carl, my buddy, my pal, my friend, go ahead.
Thank you, Hans. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, for allowing us to present. Yes, you're right. Prior to COVID, MST would about every other year come to all 12 of the cities and the county board of supervisors to give an update on the status of MST. We've taken a little break, but I'm glad to be back here in person again. Frankly, MST never went away during COVID. We operated every single day of the year. We did not take a break and kept delivering passengers. In addition to that, delivering folks from fires, from floods, and doing emergency evacuations and doing many other things. But with that, just a quick reminder of who MST is. We're your public transit operator, the sole public transit operator in Monterey County. We're comprised as a district of all 12 cities and the county of Monterey. And on our board, you are ably represented by Mr. Ed Smith, who asks some pretty tough questions and keeps us on our toes, and we appreciate that. So MST, what do we do? Our board's mission is to advocate and deliver quality public transportation as a leader within our community and within our industry. Why? We exist to connect communities, create opportunity while being kind to our planet. And how do we, what do we believe in? How do we act with safety, friendliness, dependability, respecting diversity, and with achievement, always trying to strive to be better. In 2023, we had 2.2 million passenger boardings. That's 2.2 million people passing through the doors of our bus. That's either 2.2 million people going through once or one person going through 2.2 million times. It's somewhere in between. We are able to track using a variety of technologies to keep track of that. We don't know who's riding. We just know how many are riding. That's almost a 20% increase over the previous year. So as the economy is rebounding, our ridership is rebounding. We recently conducted a survey of our passengers who ride, and 3/4 of our population who ride MST buses are underrepresented non-white people in our county. The same percentage have annual household incomes of under $40,000. A quarter of the trips start within a disadvantaged community as defined by the state based on income and socio and other demographic items. Now, only 6.5% of our community lives in those disadvantaged communities, yet 25% of our trips start in those communities. 20% have a disability that requires them to be dependent on others for their mobility. So where are they going? Same place you and I are going. They're going to work, they're going to school, they're going shopping, they're going to visit friends and relatives, they're going out for recreation, they're going to healthcare, for medical appointments. They're just using the bus to get there. Why? The vast majority either have no car or are unable to drive. That's probably 85 to 90% if you look at those statistics. So we're serving a group of people who do not have a car available to them, or they are unable to drive for some reason or another. What would it look like if we weren't here? What would happen to those people? Well, 1 out of 5 would not make the trip. They would not go to work. They would not go to school. They would not go to a medical appointment. Others would find some other way of getting there. About 17% could walk, bike, or scooter because they're able to do so. Others might drive themselves. Some would take a taxi, Uber, or Lyft, or they'd be driven by someone else. They would add another vehicle to the road. So that's about 60%. So imagine that 2.2 million, 60% of that, over a million, an additional million trips on our already clogged roads being added if MST weren't there. So, you know, we are providing a solution to traffic congestion as well. In the city of Monterey, these are all the stops around the city. You are very well represented and have stops all around the city, serving many, many of our lines that connect you throughout the peninsula and over to the Salinas Valley and onward to southern up to Santa Cruz County, down to San Luis Obispo County, and into Gilroy in Santa Clara County. So in Monterey. From January through September, there were 477,000 trips on our regular fixed route buses. That comes out to about 650,000 if you annualize that. And then on the MST Rides program, which is services for persons with severe disabilities that keep them from riding the bus, we had another 12,600, which comes out to about 17,000 on an annual basis. So it's the second highest monthly ridership compared to all jurisdictions, the highest the city of Salinas. 86% of the residents of Monterey, city of Monterey, are within a 10 to 15-minute walk of a bus stop. They are most frequently boarding at the Monterey Transit Plaza, at the Aquarium on Cannery Row stop, or at Pacific and Scott Street across from the Marriott Hotel near Fisherman's Wharf. So this is just the same information on a map. So there you can see that as well. So the trolleys, you have a unique relationship with Monterey Salinas Transit, and that you support the trolleys in Monterey, pay for 100% of the operating costs and the capital replacement costs for the very popular Monterey Salinas Transit. And you partner with other entities, mostly with the Aquarium, to help pay for that. And you can see that the Aquarium for the trolley is the highest use spot as well, along Cannery Row, other very high use spots as well. So you're really helping to move people, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing traffic congestion. That is a model that other cities from around the state and around the country have come to MST to see how we do this trolley service. So you are a leader in that respect. So thank you. This is just over the past 10 years, what that trolley ridership looked like. And in 2016, your council started to fund weekend-only services between Labor Day and Memorial Day. And you can see in that blue chart how that increased ridership. And then in 2020, between January and March 15th, we all know that day, shutdown, we only had that weekend ridership, and you've seen us slowly coming back with a big increase in this last year, but still not near where we were with regard to ridership, as hospitality still struggles to come back. As far as our how are we helping serve the planet, 100% of our heavy duty buses, the big buses, operate on renewable biofuel or renewable electric. We have 12 zero emission electric buses scheduled to be ordered early, actually in this next month in December. We removed the equivalent of 110,000 single occupancy vehicle trips from area roads each month. We reduced greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of 220 acres of forest, what they sequester each month. And here's an interesting fact we learned in our survey of our passengers. Again, 77% of them have household incomes of under $40,000 a year or less. 3/4 of them believe that reducing greenhouse gases is important. Historically, I've heard time and time again that concerns of the environment and greenhouse gas emissions is a rich person's issue. This, at least in our county, shows that it's not, that every person, regardless of their income level, is concerned about climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we cover a vast area, as I mentioned, from Paso Robles to the south, to Gilroy to the north, into Watsonville and Santa Clara County, and throughout Monterey and all 12 cities in Monterey County. That's the equivalent of, that's 1/5 of the coast of California. It's comparable from Washington, D.C. to Harrisburg, from, say, Long Beach to Bakersfield. So it's a very large area. I keep on tapping this button. I'm having trouble here. So our customers say over 90% rate our bus drivers operating as good or excellent. The national average on that statistics is only 73%. 87% rate our services that we offer as good or excellent. Slightly over half on the national average rate their service as good or excellent. As far as the cleanliness of our buses, 82% of our customers rate our cleanliness as good or excellent. Nationally, that's 38%. So we are far exceeding, we are providing a higher quality level of service in this county as you might see anywhere else in the country. Those who don't ride the bus, we ask them too, what they think about it. And the vast majority, 95% of the residents feel that MST services are valuable. 87% think it's important for the entire county to support and fund improved public transportation. Over 4 out of 5 think there should be greater levels of transportation funding. And 70% our residents are overall, even though they don't ride the bus, they're familiar with what we do, because maybe some point earlier in their life, they rode the bus, either going to college, to school, or even just going to the jazz festival or the first night. So where does our money come from? Most of it comes from state sales taxes, fuels taxes, federal, state fuel taxes, and then Measure Q, a local tax that funds our MST rides and ADA programs. Only 5% of our funding currently is coming from fares. Prior to COVID, almost 20% of our funds were coming from fares. So we've got a long way to go. We are currently in a deficit situation. This past year, we had to draw $4.5 million out of reserves just to fund operations as we recover from COVID. Where does all that money go? Mostly to labor and benefits for our bus drivers. We also purchase transportation on a contract basis. All the small buses, we contract out to the private sector to keep our costs low so we can provide more service. And then you see labor for our employees. Fuel is a growing piece of our budget as well, 10%. Measure Q, I mentioned earlier, that was the first countywide sales tax passed in Monterey County for any purpose. It won with over 73% of voter support in 2014. It's a very small amount, 1/8 of percent for 15 years. To fund very specialized services for veterans, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Our MST Rides program, senior shuttle routes, taxi vouchers, travel training, and a travel reimbursement incentive program for people who live out in rural areas. If we don't serve them with our buses, they can get a friend, neighbor, relative to provide them with a trip to where they need to go and to get us, and we will reimburse them for their mileage using the IRS reimbursement rates. So we have people as far out as Parkfield, down in San Ardo, San Lucas, that are taking advantage of this program so that they can get someone to get them to where they need to go. Recently, we've been recognized nationally for our COVID response and recovery. We constructed and financed the new South County Operations Maintenance Facility in King City. We've entered into agreements with Monterey Peninsula College, Hartnell College, and Cal State University Monterey Bay to offer transit pass partnerships to the students. We implemented the first of its kind contactless credit debit e-wallet fare payment system and fare capping system in the state of California, and the first one nationally in a community of under 1 million. So that is where you can use the same card that you use to buy your coffee, your existing debit, credit card, or enabled device to tap on board the bus to pay. We now offer subsidized van pools for those where we don't have good and regular service, but we will subsidize a van pool for persons who want to share our ride up to $450 a month. We'll offer that to van pool. And then we implemented the Better Bus Network in December of last year. The Better Bus Network reallocated services so that we have 40% of our services in the Monterey Seaside Marina area, 40% in Salinas, 20% regionally, focusing most on the high demand, making our routes more direct, decreasing average travel times, making certain that our services are where residents live or jobs. We lowered our fares to $2 for 2 hours. And again, we started subsidizing van pools. So what's the future hold for MST? We asked Madame Transit, and the crystal ball says that we're going to be building our Surf Busway and Bus Rapid Transit program. We're at 95% design. We're fully funded with federal and state grants of up to $77 million. And we're just now in the permit process with the Coastal Commission, Sand City and Marina Local Coastal Program permits. We're looking at constructing a new facility in the Salinas area. We want to extend bus rapid transit like the Jazz and the Surf to the Salinas Alisal. We're in the process of rolling out 100% zero emission fleet. And we have our battery electric and fuel cell infrastructure is another project that we need to in order to meet the state mandate for these programs. Excuse me. So the Surf Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project, I'm sure you've heard a lot about this, but this is a busway that connects from Marina to Sand City, bypassing the Highway 1, using only zero emission vehicles, building a new transit station at Fifth Street, and preserving the rail corridor for future generations for train service should that become financially viable in the future. So this is what it will look like. You see existing bike trails. You see the MST bus there between the bike trails and the highway on the west side of Highway 1 using an electric vehicle. So our challenges, restoration of the local economy. Frankly, you know, we have only seen since 2019 a 2% increase in revenues from all sources. Yet the cost of hiring and attracting a new bus driver have gone up 32%. Cost of fuel has gone up 50%. The cost of our contracts to provide the MST rides program and our minibus programs in rural communities have gone up by over 20%. We have a coach operator shortage. If you know anyone who's looking for work, we pay very good benefits and we provide cash incentives to get people into our program and complete our program. So that's from the shameless MST recruitment department for anybody who's watching. Federal government, we depend quite a bit on federal funds, yet we still don't have a budget. And you just have to read the papers or listen, watch online to see what's going on there. It's not great. We have these zero emission bus regulations. The bus's cost of an electric bus since 2019 has gone up by 40%. They're costing well over $1 million now for each bus. Land use decisions. Land use decisions that push housing further and further away from city centers make it hard for us to serve low-income communities as they move farther and farther away for affordable housing. So where you can, and I've seen this city do some great things in developing workforce housing closer to the city centers, more of that, please. Changing demographics of the region. We've seen gentrification occur throughout Monterey County. There's even gentrification occurring in Salinas. And people are being pushed out further and further out into the valley who are low income, who need our services, but are farther and farther away from existing bus stops. Then the last thing is the SB 125 challenge. What's that? SB 125 is funding provided by the state to help transit operators recover from some of these issues that we're facing in COVID in the near term, to provide multi-year bridge funding, one time only, for transit operators to address operational costs until a long-term sustainability solutions are found. It's assisting those transit operators in preventing service cuts and increasing ridership, prioritizing the availability of transit for riders who are transit dependent, and prioritizing transit agencies, which again, MST is the sole operator in Monterey County, to receive these funds. Currently, your Councilmember Smith, who sits on the MST board and also sits on the TAMC board, is in the middle of a little bit of a food fight between MST and TAMC over these funds, as TAMC is looking to take half of those funds and is recommending in December to take half of those funds and apply them towards environmental planning, pre-construction of rail stations that really won't see any transit operations in probably 10 years. And MST has needs today for this funding. So we are, unfortunately, a lot of money, as I explained to Councilmember Smith, a lot of money solves a lot of problems. A lot of money can create a lot of problems as well, as we try to position ourselves for that funding. So you'll hear more about that in months to come, weeks and months to come. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. And Councilmember Smith, as our representative, maybe turn to you first if you have any comments or questions.
Yeah, I've got a question. I'll give you the opportunity, as Bill Sabo would, and call it the shameless MST pitch. We talk about this all the time about ridership, and you pointed it out tonight. Pre-COVID, we were at 20%. Now we're about 5% as the revenue is coming from ridership.
Right.
So if you can explain a little bit about the marketing efforts that you've launched, the team has launched in the last year, that brings that number with the goals of, we obviously want the greatest number of percentage in ridership as we can get, that pays the bills, but also maximizes the particular area that MST serves. But how do we get to 20 and beyond? And what's your marketing plan?
You look at trying to remember the 5 Ps of marketing, but product, place, promotion. We have changed our services so that we are where most of our riders exist. We have allocated services. We used to try to spread too little butter over too much bread so that everybody got a little bit, but not enough. So where we've really identified, COVID was an opportunity for us because we carried over 1 million passengers when no one was riding the bus because they wanted to. They were riding. So we really saw where our ridership need really existed. And the Better Bus Network offered us that opportunity to put our product where it was needed the most. And that's, I think, that's where you're seeing the 20+% jump in ridership over last year. We've lowered our fares $2 for 2 hours. That was a reduction in fares for over 90% of our riders. We found by implementing the contactless payment system and what we call fare capping, where a person doesn't pay any more if they tap on, they pay no more than a flat amount, $6 per day, $20 per week, $75 per month. Prior to that, our rates were much higher, our costs were much higher. And we saw that when we implemented the payment system, that very few people are hitting those levels. So we lowered our fares, and now more passengers are seeing that. So we're looking at where we're providing, who we're providing the service to, getting it at the right price, and keeping the service clean, friendly, affordable, just the basics, as you would sell any other product. We're trying just to get. It's really a matter of getting people back to work in this county, getting the hospitality workers back, getting the students back. Enrollments are down, employment is down. We have to find ways to attract people here, providing them places to live that's affordable. And then they'll ride the bus once they come back. That's where we're at.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I look forward to other questions from the council about MST because it's a great board. We don't always agree, but we have some lively discussions.
Very collegial board.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Who often sit on other districts.
Yeah.
And they're much less collegial. I don't know why that is. Everybody loves the bus rider.
The chemistry in the building.
I see Gino first. So I see Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Carl, for the information. I have a few questions. Could you speak a little bit more about, or rather speak a little bit about first and last mile connection and what is MSP's efforts currently?
Yeah.
With regards to that?
So, 92% of the population of Monterey County lives within a 10 to 15 minute walk of a bus stop. So unlike many more sprawling suburban areas, our first to last mile connection isn't as dire as, say Orlando or, say, or Irvine in this state, or even parts of San Jose or Sacramento. So, but we are, we do have challenges, especially with the topography, the hills and whatnot. At our 5th Street station, we're no longer building transit stations where you go to catch the bus. We are referring to them as mobility hubs, where we want to have bike docking stations, where we want to have TNC parking, so a person can call an Uber or a Lyft. We currently partner with Monterey County Taxi Cabs as the taxi authority administrator for the county. We provide vouchers for seniors, veterans, and persons with disabilities to make last mile connections for a $3 fare. They can use a taxi cab to get where they need to go. So, we're not as all in as maybe some areas with the last mile connections. Part of that is, they're not always as efficient as you'd like. You're carrying people 1 and 2 at a time, but we're doing it where it makes sense and financially is viable here in Monterey County.
Any information you can provide in terms of maybe appetite from the public to improve these first last mile connections with the use of e-bikes and that kind of thing, improve bike racks, since you also mentioned, deployment of a new fleet and that kind of thing. Anything you can add?
So all buses, we can hold up to 3 bicycles on a bike rack. We're limited by current state law from the California Highway Patrol. They don't allow more space for bikes on the outside of the bus. So we're doing the maximum amount that we can under CHP. And then we allow, if those bike racks are full, the bus drivers have discretion to allow a bicyclist to bring the bike on board if the bus driver knows that the wheelchair station where the bike would sit is not going to be used. The drivers know their routes and they know their customers and people who ride daily. And so they'll know if someone's likely going to be coming on and using a wheelchair area where a bike might sit. So we allow the drivers to negotiate that in the moment. But bike racks are full pretty much all the time. You know, they're very well utilized. So it's just a matter of trying to figure out how to do more of that and to put, as I said, as we build our new stations, to make certain that we provide room and ability for multiple modes of active transportation.
Any other questions, Gina?
Yes, and along the same lines, if I could, just a couple more questions. Along the same lines, you had mentioned, the change in housing developments, right, and how that also the way that housing is developed in the area and in the region, that could also support MST's efforts to provide transportation. So can you share an example of where MST has basically jumped on that opportunity where housing maybe has densified and MST has developed or designed routes to better provide service for those new developments?
Yeah, so I think the most current example is MST sought and was competitive in a competitive national grant for a transit-oriented development planning program where around our SURF busway and BRT, that the busway runs from Marina to Sand City, but the actual route that busway will serve mostly, while all MST buses have the ability to use it, it's really designed around the line 20, which runs from Salinas through Marina, through Sand City, Seaside into Monterey. We're able to receive a grant that was designed to bring in consultants to help all of those cities develop transit-oriented development ordinances and programs that help them come up with the policies and practices that help them provide the density near high-frequency transit, because the state of California provides funding for workforce housing and other programs. If these types of policies are in place and there's transit service that's 15 minutes or better. So the Chispa housing, Junsei Oaks and Marina, was able to secure housing funding from the state because they were adjacent to our Marina Transit Exchange. That's one example. There are other examples in Salinas, and even here in pretty much every city comes to us to find out where do we provide this high frequency service so that they can build and apply for projects that are nearby transit.
Okay, I'll shift my last question here. So for folks who live in the city of Monterey, let's focus, let's say, for example, on our folks who work in hospitality but happen to work in cities like Carmel or PG. Has there been a concrete effort by MST to analyze those trends, those commuting trends, those specific commuting trends, and if so, what has been the outcome of that?
So the outcome of that was we went through a 2-year effort in implementing what's called our Better Bus Network, and we did that exact thing. And the outcome was we have more frequent service, more trips between, specifically between Carmel by the sea and the Monterey Transit Plaza. So there is more frequency and more, well, how would I say it? More dependable. Prior to that, we had, I'm going to say 6 or 7 trips that were designed for that area. And they were, there was one that was a half hour, and then you'd have to wait an hour, and then there'd be another 1.5 hours, then one in 45 minutes. And it was just kind of developed over time, as oftentimes happens over 20 years. The loudest voice in the room gets the attention, and we developed some of these services over people who are showing up and speaking the loudest. The Better Bus Network, we did a very analytical look and dive down into who needed the service, where and why, and focused on these low-income jobs, putting more service, more frequency, more regular service, so it's dependable, so that you know every half an hour there's a trip coming out of Carmel into Monterey, and then every half an hour you can connect to, and there's a 5-minute wait time that you can then connect to a 20 to Salinas, or to an 18 to Marina, or a jazz line out to Seaside, up in Upper Seaside. So the outcome of the Better Bus Network was the exact result of what you were speaking of, and that's why we've seen a 20% increase in ridership over the past year.
Okay, thank you, Carl.
Okay, Councilmember Barber.
All right, thank you so much for your question. Mine is gonna be, well, I'm not gonna say quick and easy, because then all of a sudden it won't be quick and easy. But it is a question about your subsidized van that you were talking about. I thought that was very interesting, the shared ride. And I know it's like $450 a month, you were saying. So how is that marketed, and what's your demographics of the people that actually use that? And are you seeing that percentage changing as COVID has come, going into post-COVID?
That is an area where I would like to see a lot more growth and a lot more marketing. We contract that out to enterprise, people that do the rental cars, and they provide a turnkey solution for us, and they provide a website, and they manage the program. Frankly, I feel they've picked the low-hanging fruit, and I think they need to stretch a little bit more, and I've been pushing them on this. Nearly 100% of the Vanpool programs are Defense Language Institute related, which is great. These are trips coming from as far away as San Jose and beyond, places that we wouldn't normally be able to reach easily. So this is providing commute alternatives for them. I think there are other large employers in hospitality and in ag. I am a member of the Monterey County Hospitality Association Board of Directors. And we were the sponsor of their employee luncheon and recognition awards. And we use that opportunity to push these programs out to the employees to try to find more opportunities, because that relieves us. This provides a trip for 4 or 5 people.
Right.
And it doesn't require us to hire a driver, because they're driving themselves. So that's, it's a huge savings to us, and we get to count the ridership. So it's a program that I'd really like to see expand. It's just finding the market for it has been that, and us pushing our contractor to do more.
Yes, I was intrigued and thought it looked like it would be a lot more opportunity. I wasn't sure.
Carrying
what
about
percentage it was.
5,000 passenger boardings per month at this point. And that's been stable. It's been that number for the past 9 months. It hasn't shifted much off of that. And I am personally, and my team has a goal to grow that program, because it's ridership, but without all the expenses involved. And it's providing mobility connections to places we don't go.
And so pre-COVID, were you basically at the same amount?
We were not offering that program pre-COVID. That came about as in the Better Bus Network, we consciously took services away from remote communities where it just was, again, that too little butter over too much bread. And we said, okay, we're just not going to, if we can't do it well, let's find another way. The other way in these other communities, we're trying van pools to offer that in areas that we can't serve effectively with traditional fixed route services.
Okay, great. I'd love to hear more as you grow.
I hope to be able to report more.
Okay, any other council members with questions or comments? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Williamson.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and presenting. This is all good information. I'll try to make mine kind of quick and brief here. As we know that the trips have been reduced on the peninsula for bus routes. And so I guess my question is what the opportunity looks like moving forward with that. And and in particular, how that might link and interact with our housing element and the need for us to expand and densify certain parts of our community. Gino was kind of getting to that in his question a little bit, but I just kind of wonder what your thoughts are in regards to that space.
As we develop, again, high density or higher density housing for workforce, we encourage you, we have on our website, we work with your planning departments. We have a whole booklet. It's called Designing for Transit, and it provides opportunities for your staff to, how to design a street that is friendly to transit. Oftentimes we're brought in as an afterthought, and we have to be shoehorned in later. So we would, ask to be involved in early. We do have in this city, we have excellent outreach, excellent relationships. So we're very well attuned to what's happening here in Monterey County. We get more concerned when there are proposals to build out into areas that are currently undeveloped and don't have infrastructure there, because that becomes a problem. Sorry about that. That is my 95-year-old mother at Merrill Gardens here in Monterey, wanting to check up on me. So sorry about that. I just hung up on her. Sorry.
Sounds like you need to pay her a visit after you leave here. Well, thank you for your response. I appreciate it. And my last little comment is, and I can't remember the phrase that you used for it, but the kind of the future of creating bus stops and having a more multimodal outlook on that, I think is a fascinating idea, and just appreciate all the work that you all are doing. And just giving a shout out to Councilmember Smith for representing our city well, and appreciate all the work that you and the board are doing there.
Great. Thank you so much.
And I have a couple comments I'd like to share. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Big supporter of public transit. We can't solve our climate change issue without effective multimodal transit. So my first question had to do with, and as I looked at the decline in ridership, obviously due to COVID, and it's great you've had a 20% increase, but you're still far below what you were pre-COVID. Have you given any thought to people's concern about COVID, and do you have, and what is the possibility of having air purification or air filtration systems on the bus?
Already done. Just because the emergency has ended, we have continued. We were actually continuing programs prior to COVID, which positioned us well. There had been a hepatitis A outbreak along the coast of California several years before COVID, and we had implemented some programs there about cleaning our bus stops, cleaning our buses, and we continued those programs after that outbreak had ceased. So we were well positioned with PPE when COVID hit. What we weren't positioned for was the length of time. We rolled through those supplies after a while. We weren't in the first surge of problems, but it did catch up with us. We have the highest level of air filtration on our buses. We roll when we can. We roll with our windows down. During COVID, for 3 years, the windows on the buses stayed down. We had 100% air exchange within 2 minutes on board MST buses. When I worked with the county health officer, trying to think of his name now. I've had so many meetings with him. Moreno, yes. He commented to me, he goes, when I told him we had 100% air exchange in under 2 minutes on an MST bus, he questioned me in saying that, my most sterile operating room, burn unit in the county does not have 100% air exchange in 2 minutes. And I said, well, it's likely that your most sterile operating room is not traveling at about 15 miles an hour down the highway with its windows down. So we are able to force air through that. We still offer masks to our employees and to our customers at our stations on board our buses. We have hand sanitizer dispensers that we keep stocked on board our buses. All MST employees are still subject to a vaccine mandate. So we are still vaccinating all of our employees are vaccinated.
But so just to clarify, you're saying even if the windows aren't open, most of the time I've been on the bus, they're not, but even if they're not, you're saying you do have air filtration.
Yeah, we have I'm trying to remember what the category is, but it is a level of filtration that collects pollen and viruses.
Okay.
I can't think of the number that it is, but it is a high level.
So I would suggest that's something that maybe your communication could try to get out there, because I wasn't aware of that. And I think that would make a importance for a lot of folks. Second thing I wanted to talk about, and it's really to follow up on something Mayor Williamson and Councilmember Garcia brought up, which is I've heard from folks in Monterey who have seen like the distance to their ride is quite a bit longer since you've implemented these changes, and folks going to CSUMB, it's quite a bit longer. So as you're looking at the ridership numbers, I think it would be interesting to look pre-COVID, post-COVID, or post better ridership plan. How has that affected the ridership in the different jurisdictions? And I'm just wondering if we're losing folks. And yeah, I think it's important. Obviously, it's critical that we provide services to low-income riders, and I'm glad you're doing that. But I think to be successful long-term, we have to figure out how we get middle-income people out of their cars. And the biggest thing for those folks, it's not the cost. People are willing to pay if the service is good. And that means 10 to 15 minute waits and not having to walk 15 minutes. And as you mentioned, the hills in Monterey and PG and Seaside can make a 15-minute walk if you're going uphill quite difficult. So that's my comment. My question is to kind of follow up on the e-bikes. So what really helps with that last leg, first leg, if you're in one of these cities that has big hills, is an e-bike. It's a game changer. And last year in the state of California, more e-bikes were sold than EV cars, and it wasn't even close. It's like a 20-to-1 difference. So my understanding is currently you can't have an e-bike on the bike rack. I don't know if that's true, if you could clarify. But if you can't, it'd be great if we could figure out how you could.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a restriction of e-bike on a bike rack. It's really the bike rack is limited by the size of the wheel. So you do have some e-bikes that have super wide wheels, they just don't fit.
Okay, well, whatever we could do on that, and if you could follow up, that would be great.
I will follow up and, really offering e-bike rental solutions near transit, near the Tyler Street parking garage, where again, MST offers the ability to tap to ride using your contactless card. You could use that same card to tap to ride, whether it's an Uber or whether it's an e-bike rental. You have the same tool, unlike the San Francisco Bay Area, where you use a Clipper card for this and another card for that. We, again, is buying your transit like you buy your coffee or buy your e-bikes or buy your Uber. Use that same card all the way around. And we are positioned to do more with that.
And then the last point I wanted to address is the shuttle. It was interesting for me to see that's the most used service. And if I saw that, did I understand that correctly? Yeah, the trolley.
It is very well used.
Well used,
Not
okay.
It's the most used service between the times of between Memorial Day and Labor Day. But throughout if you look at the year, it's the Jazz.
And that's great.
Right.
I mean, that means we're getting folks who come here, and instead of having to, be on our streets, clog up the streets, they're using the trolley. An idea that has been discussed quite a bit over the last 10 years was, can we find a way to extend that to, let's say, Carmel and Pacific Grove and kind of create a circuit? I don't know if you have done any kind of analysis of that, what it would cost. And, it'd be great if we knew what it would cost. We could maybe try to negotiate with some of our business partners to see if they would be willing to help make that happen.
We have done that off and on for the past 20 years. And we have done a trolley in Carmel by the Sea. We've done a trolley several times in Pacific Grove. They are unable to sustain it. Their business members and business associations are unable to sustain it. City of Monterey has a unique partnership in that they fund it through parking funds and other funds and through a partnership with the aquarium. We've done it. We've had trolleys in Salinas, Carmel by the Sea, Pacific Grove. They just don't last more than a year or two, and they're And the Air District used to fund these types of operations. The Air District has stopped funding operations of those types of programs.
If it's possible, I'd love to see what are your last analyses, just so that I could talk to folks there and have kind of concrete numbers of what it would cost.
Sure.
That's the end of my comments. So just thank you very much. We appreciate the work you and MST do. We appreciate the work Councilmember Ed does representing our residents at MST.
Thank you so much.
Vice Chair, one
Yeah.
last comment.
Mhm.
Carl, congratulations on running a great shop, but
Thank you.
kudos to all the people that work for you. Your staff is phenomenal. The bus drivers are, to get those kind of ratings, the cleanliness and the service level of those bus drivers, kudos to all of them, and convey to them that we recognize and acknowledge their hard work.
Yeah, they're the ones, they're the heroes.
Yes.
I'm
Absolutely.
just hired here to look good, right? So.
And happy Thanksgiving to you and your
Thank you
mother.
so much.
Tell
Yes.
your mother,
I
happy
am
Thanksgiving to her.
going to- I'm going to have her watch this in her care facility and see what she's putting me through. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
So this is an information item, but council is not taking any action. But if the public would like to speak on this item, this is your opportunity. Is there anyone in the chamber? Seeing no one, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, I see 3 hands raised.
Okay, so we'll then close public comment on this item now, and let's go to those 3 folks. They can have 3 minutes each.
So I'm calling on Eleni.
Yeah, hi. I live over at the condos up behind up the hill from Burger King over in Seaside. And I usually take Jazz A Sand City to Sand City Shopping Mall. Do you know what happened to the sign that was over on Hilby and Schaefer?
We're not able to answer your question now, but I think our staff can get your question to the MST staff, probably, hopefully.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
seeing
you.
a nodding the head. So you're wondering about the sign. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I've already emailed them, so I'm just waiting to hear back, but I'll call them next week too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next comment, please.
Next is Tammy.
This is Tammy Jennings in Monterey, and I want to find out, I guess we can't ask questions because I wanted to ask that gentleman about the taxi vouchers, and I've used them in the past, but the last time I tried to use them, there are no taxis in the Monterey Salinas area that transport handicap wheelchairs and things like that. And I'm wondering if that is something that they are looking into to get more of in their program. And number 2, the van pool, I don't know what that's about, and I would like someone to contact me to fill me in about that, because that sounds like a really great opportunity to get someplace else and not have to, ride the bus. That's it.
Thank you, Tammy. So I see our staff taking notes. So I'm sure we'll share this with MST also. If you want a response back, you'll maybe have to talk offline with our staff so they know how to get a hold of you.
Okay.
What's that? Okay, we have email, sounds like. Okay, thank you for your comment. Next
Okay.
comment.
This is the last hand that was raised. Rick.
Thanks, Rick Aldinger, Monterey County Hospitality Association Chair for a few weeks longer. I just want to thank Carl and MST for continuing to develop more effective transportation options for both the residents of Monterey in the area and of course the hospitality workforce. That's much appreciated, Carl. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. So seeing no more public comments, we'll close public comment on this item, and we'll move to our public appearance item, which is item 16, provide directions to Monterey Police Department about automated license plate recognition technology. And I'll pass this off to, what, am I missing something?
I would just, if I could have an opportunity to just do the announcements from closed session.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Please do. I just didn't see that here.
Yeah, it kind of blends in with the agenda. So the city council met in closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9 subsection D1. Considered 3 of the stronghold engineering cases. The first one is the 6th District Court of Appeals case, and on a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. And on item number 2, Pacific Western Bank versus Stronghold Engineering and the city, no action was taken. And on the last case, Stronghold Engineering versus the city, this is the Riverside case in the 4th District Court of Appeals, no action was taken.
All right, thank you for those announcements. So now we will move to our public appearance item. The council will provide directions to the Monterey Police Department about automated license plate recognition technology, and I'll hand it off to our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have seen a lot of cities around us introducing automated license plate recognition technology. And we've also heard from some of our neighborhoods or residents who were asking the city where we stand on this topic, on whether we are intending to use this type of technology or not. And tonight, what we are presenting to you is an introductory presentation to automated license plate recognition, or ALPRs. We are asking you to provide us with your immediate feedback. We ask also to the public to give us initial feedback, and then we will take it based on your input, of course, and your approval of proceeding to the next step, which is do quite a bit more of public outreach and do quite a bit more of vetting this topic with our community. So this is the first time that this topic is getting approached. I felt it was important to approach it first and foremost in the form of a council meeting and not starting a staff initiative. And then you get a lot of questions from your constituents, and you would be very much surprised by that action. So again, this is the introduction of this topic. We are very much interested to learn more about it, and the police chief, Chief Hober, as well as Lieutenant Gabe Castor, have prepared a presentation that will hopefully touch all the various points of an ALPR introduction, which comes with quite a set already of state-imposed mandates and laws. And it's certainly a technology that is in a way dictated by a lot of things that are happening in our communities with respect to crime, and it is a tool that may or may not be useful for our community as well. And so we are starting this conversation today with you, and then with hopefully with the community, and then pending on the outcome of that, we will see what the future holds. So with that, I wanted to take all the pressure off you, of the council tonight, with that, and pass it on to Chief Hober and Lieutenant Castor.
Thank you, City Manager Uslar and Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. As Hans related, Dave Hober, Chief of Police, and with me is Lieutenant Gabriel Castor. So I have a slideshow. We prepared a agenda report and a potential draft policy, but I'm just going to go through this slide deck that kind of follows along with the agenda report that we created. So as Hans related, we're requesting feedback related to our automated license plate reader system to seek initial input from you on various options for what we call an ALPR system, that you direct MPD to continue gathering feedback from residents, neighborhoods and business associations, community organizations, and other stakeholders. And we would like to return to council with a final recommendation based on initial council feedback and community input. This presentation will provide information about what we believe to be benefits of the Monterey Police Department implementing an ALPR technology solution. The statutory requirements that Hans alluded to related to ALPRs and how the proposed Monterey Police Department policy addresses these requirements, and a proposed path toward implementing a fully functional ALPR program. So what is an ALPR system? The civil code, after SB 34 was passed, it was codified in Civil Code 1798 at sequence, and it defines an automated license plate recognition system as a searchable computerized database resulting from the operation of one or more mobile or fixed cameras combined with computer algorithms to read and convert images of registration plates and the characters they contain into computer readable data. So that's a very sterile definition that really gets to the heart of what an ALPR system is. And part of that is that police officers are provided with license plates and descriptions of cars and those kinds of things that might be stolen or related to crime. And what this does, as all technology does, is it assists humans in seeing those things. And it's a pointer system. It's an alert system, so they can then verify and potentially follow up. And with an ALPR system, as this talks about, there are fixed ALPRs, and that would be where we have fixed cameras in specific locations throughout the city. We often talk about ingress and egress locations. So obviously those places that people would come into the city, but then also cameras throughout the city. So that if somebody were to come into the city of Monterey, we might capture that plate as they entered on a fixed system. But if there was some sort of a crime or a violent crime, we need cameras throughout the city to tell us where they were, or where that car was, to give us leads that that car was in the area of where it occurred, instead of just entry and exit points. A mobile aspect of the ALPR are cameras that are affixed to vehicles that are moving around and capturing those plates. Now, all of these plates would only be captured in public areas. The benefits of an ALPR system, as it relates here in red, apprehending those involved in crime, recovering stolen property, and deterring crime. And we'll get to another slide that goes into each of those. ALPR both records plates and alerts on plates. So this is a point that I need to provide a description. So what happens is, while the readers are collecting information on license plates, we can then later on look at that information. So somebody might come into Monterey, commit a crime, and utilize that vehicle. And it might not be till later that we start looking through that information to try to develop a lead so that we can follow up on that lead and perhaps identify suspects who are involved in that. A second aspect is, let's say that happens. Let's say there was a crime in our city or another city, and a lead was developed out of this. Then what happens is we can have hot lists. So we have information based on police investigation that allows us to believe that the plate was used in some sort of a crime, or it's a stolen car. And what happens is, when officers are driving around the car, there's a hot list and it alerts in the police car that says this car was potentially involved in some sort of a crime or is stolen. Now, it's just a pointer. So our policy would relate that even though you have that alert, it's a pointer, and you still need to ensure that the information that you've gotten the hit on from the computer relates to that plate, and you have to ask communications or run it through another computer system to ensure that the information that you have received is correct before you take some sort of enforcement action. While Monterey police officers are provided information related to vehicles used in criminal activities or stolen vehicles, as I've stated before, humans cannot retain and access that information as readily as a computer. And I talked about the hot list and the bullet that is up there. So ALPR technology assists in solving and deterring crime. And it's what's been described as a force multiplier, because while we have 53 people or 53 sworn police officers in Monterey, this assists us in accomplishing our job of identifying and creating leads, and then identifying people who might be involved in criminal activity. It's proactive in that it provides real-time alerts when stolen or wanted vehicles enter Monterey, as I've described. It's investigative in that the ALPR would record plates of vehicles in Monterey, leading to investigative leads after a crime has occurred. And Lieutenant Castor is going to provide some examples of different types of leads. And when you listen to those, I want you to think about that in one of those cases, we actually developed the information on a killer based on where the victim's car was. So it's multi-use in really just being another tool in our toolbox to help us develop additional leads and then follow those up with the usual investigation that we would do. We also know that it provides a deterrence so that in cities where this has been implemented, the presence and publication of an ALPR system has deterred people from auto theft and catalytic converter theft, as well as other crimes, because they know that if they commit crimes utilizing a vehicle in those areas, that there's a high likelihood that their license is going to be captured and will be able to develop leads, resulting in identifying who might have been involved in that crime. Other cities in Monterey County utilizing ALPR systems include Carmel by the Sea, Pacific Grove, Salinas, Sand City, and Seaside currently. And with that, I will turn it over to Lieutenant Castor to talk about some of the ALPR successes.
Good evening, members of council. Good evening, Mayor Williamson. Thank you very much. So a very important part of this to me are the success stories, the examples that we have received from the other cities in the county who are using these ALPR systems and how they are finding these leads and following up on their investigations to take people to jail that have committed these crimes. So the first one we're going to discuss is an attempted murder in South County. So South County officers were dispatched to a shooting. A victim was hit and it was an attempted murder in their city. They were given some information from the victims and witnesses in the area. That information was put into their ALPR system, which was shared with Seaside PD. Seaside PD, their officers received an ALPR hit and they confirmed the information with dispatch and the South County agency that was conducting the investigation to verify the information. They went to the location of the ALPR hit. After they received that information, they were able to stop the vehicle. The suspect was taken into custody and no one else was injured. Very successful. So in Salinas, 2 murder suspects were identified. I've got 2 different scenarios here on the screen. The first one we're going to discuss, Salinas PD responded to shots fired. They heard witnesses heard gunshots, but they didn't see anything. So they just heard the gunshots. They called dispatch. Dispatch sent some Salinas PD officers out to the location. They located a female in her vehicle with a gunshot wound. The victim later died from her injuries, and they were able to use their ALPR system. This is the one that Chief kind of referenced. They were able to use the ALPR system to follow the victim's vehicle prior to the homicide and found another vehicle that was also following that vehicle. They were able to use that lead on the other vehicle that was following the victim's vehicle to locate and identify a suspect. The second case here, Salinas PD detectives were sent to a homicide, another shooting in Salinas. They were given a very generic description of a truck. That truck was put into the ALPR system, and the description that was put into the ALPR system was located on another ALPR camera, and that led to the identity of the killer in that one. That suspect was arrested, and that suspect was charged with murder. Also in Salinas, there was a home invasion robbery. 3 armed suspects committed a home invasion robbery. There were no cameras in the area and very few leads. So when I say there are no cameras in the area, what I'm referring to is there were no cameras on residences or businesses that were surveilling the area. And basically the Salinas Police Department had very few leads. They were able to put the vehicle description into their ALPR system, and they located that vehicle leaving the crime scene. They were able to collect the plate, follow up on that investigative lead, and all of those suspects were arrested. Another circumstance here was Salinas PD detectives were investigating a sexual assault of a victim who had been drugged. She knew the suspect. She was able to identify the suspect, but Salinas PD detectives were unable to locate the suspect. They put the vehicle description into their ALPR system, and they were able to find out the location of the suspect's work, and he would drive past this one ALPR every morning. They were able to verify all the information from the victim and arrest that suspect in that sexual assault. Please know that throughout my research, this is just a snapshot of some major cases. I've contacted all of the police departments in the area and spoke with many commanders and detectives who use ALPR on a lot of cases. And what they're looking for basically is they're just looking for a lead. A lot of these cases have no leads. They have people that heard gunshots. There's a victim. The victim didn't see the car or cannot identify them, or the victim passes away from their injuries, and they basically have no leads. The ALPR system allows them to search those cameras for those locations when people are leaving that area and get the information from those vehicles. That's just the lead that they collect. They then follow up on that lead through their investigative process, and a lot of times are able to make arrests. I could go on all night long about all of the different cases that I've spoken to some of the other departments about. I'm just going to give you a real quick sort of snapshot of some of the other ones. There was a shooting in Seaside. Seaside put that suspect vehicle into their ALPR system. That vehicle was located after the information was confirmed through Salinas PD, and that suspect was arrested, and the gun that was used was recovered in that one. Numerous other cases that have been explained to me are DUI hit and run, felony vandalisms, and many other violent crimes have been investigated and leads found through the ALPR system. And I'm going to pass it back to Chief Hober to continue.
Thank you, Gabe. So then continuing with the presentation, we've talked about the fact that there is existing state legislative mandates for public agencies that operate ALPR systems that came out of the bill in the legislature and then was codified. And so you'll see here, it's kind of hard to see the bullets. There's 5 bullets there, but the 2 top bullets really are about ensuring that the entity that is going to have an APR creates policies and procedures that ensure that the collection, use, sharing, and dissemination is consistent with respect for individuals' privacy and civil liberties, as well as ensuring that we're protecting that information so that the information is only used for official purposes. That's really the first 2 bullets. The second 2 bullets have to do with the operators that are actually utilizing the system to ensure that they're maintaining a record of that access and that it's only used for authorized purposes. And then the second part there is that the end user shall maintain reasonable security procedures that we are setting up in the first 2 bullets. And all of that information all of that would be found in our draft policy that was attached to MPD policy 433. It's a draft titled Automated License Plate Readers. And before allowing any users to utilize the system, so if we were to implement this at the Monterey Police Department, we'd make sure that all users before they started using it were trained before they had access. That training would primarily focus on that policy because it covers all of these issues, but that policy covers the legal requirements, privacy concerns, and the importance of understanding privacy concerns, the policy mandates, the rules surrounding system usage. Each access would include users' identifiers, passwords, and investigative reason for access. They would only be allowed to access ALPR information, as I've described, for authorized purposes. And we would audit the system to ensure the data is being used in accordance with department policies and the law. So kind of describing that, I wanted to throw a slide or 2 in here about the technology and kind of talk about what it is and what it isn't. So it is license plate recognition. It gathers objective evidence and facts about vehicles, not people. It alerts police of wanted vehicles used to solve crime and adheres to state legal mandates. What it does not have is facial recognition. It's not tied to personal identifiable information. It's not used for traffic enforcement. And current practices and suggestions are that the data not be stored beyond 30 days and that it automatically deletes every 30 days. Now, I want to make this point, and this is it's an informative point that what happens is these cameras are collecting this data. And if we search that data because we have some sort of a crime that we're looking into, then we would get a hit on that plate. So if that happens, that plate then becomes associated to either the citation or the crime that we're looking at, and it then stays in the system past the 30 days. But that 30 days, if there's plates in there that we haven't associated to any kind of criminal activity, then they get deleted. So I wanted to make that difference because I want you to understand that if it is related to something, then it stays for the period of time that evidentiary items would stay. What does the ALPR provide? As we've described, objective, real-time, and investigative leads. The camera takes the photo. The algorithms read and convert the image. It provides vehicle details and a license plate. Indiscriminate evidence from fixed locations, no people, no facial recognition, no traffic enforcement, and all vehicle footage is searchable by vehicle attributes for 30 days. So there's an example of the photo there. It shows a plate, it shows the make of the vehicle, the color of the vehicle, and the time that it was observed in that camera, and how many times it was observed. So when looking at this, I had staff look at the different locations that it would be most appropriate to have the cameras. And we identified 35 cameras in 32 locations. And as I have described, that's because if we just put those cameras in locations that are entry and exit locations, then we don't see the movements through the city to connect it to a potential crime that occurred somewhere in the city. And this is kind of a hard map to look at, but really those are the red dots of those locations. And there would be one more dot that is up on Highway 68. And these are just in looking at the different locations. If we proceed with this, we'd have to work with vendors to confirm, and some of these might move and that kind of thing. Another point that I wanted to make is I've talked a lot about the fixed ALPR system, but we currently have Axon Fleet mobile video recorders that are in our cars, and that's part of our body worn camera system. But these are video cameras that we actually have affixed to our patrol vehicles. Those cameras have the ability that if we turn it on to collect mobile ALPR systems that could then integrate with a fixed system, and we could then integrate both mobile and fixed camera capabilities. So different implementation options after this presentation. Looking at adjusting or implementing any council recommendations based on this introductory presentation, proceeding with procurement process to obtain a fixed ALPR platform at the ingress and egress points or those locations that we've talked about, implementing a fixed ALPR system that integrates with the Axon Fleet in-car video cameras that we already have. Next steps would obviously include additional public engagement, that you direct the Monterey Police Department to continue gathering feedback, as Hans discussed, from residents, neighborhood, business associations, community organizations, and other stakeholders. And we would like to return to council with a final recommendation based on feedback from you today and community input and further research. And with that, certainly here to answer any questions and obtain any direction or feedback.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. So we'll go to council comments. I see Councilmember Garcia with his hand up, so we'll start there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Hober, for the information. I just have a couple questions. What prompted MPD to consider this tool?
Thank you, sir. Actually, when I came here almost 9 years ago, I had a good friend that worked at the San Jose Police Department. She became the chief of police in Piedmont, California. And 2 days before she became the chief, there were 3 home invasion robberies. And she was one of the first people that implemented a fixed ALPR program to locate and utilize the technologies to assist. That was over 9 or 10 years ago. This is a technology like any technology that we have that would assist us in developing leads so that we could further solve crime and so that we could deter crime. And so really it's something that there's been community members that have talked to me that I know have an interest in this. And so all of those things coming together, we're always looking for new ways to enable us to better do our jobs.
Has there been, as a follow-up, has there been any data, recent data for the city of Monterey that you think may serve as justification to acquire a tool like this?
Absolutely. So I don't remember the exact year, but when I first came here, it was 2015 or 16. We had a case where there was a homicide on the beach, in the Beach and Tide area. And we had police cars. I was talking about the in-car video. And we had police cars that were actually, this happened very early in the morning when it's very quiet. And we had officers that heard shots being fired. They didn't know exactly where. And then the calls started coming in. And in that neighborhood, as you know, there's one ingress and egress location. And as the police officers entered that area with their cameras on, they captured several vehicles that were leaving. That resulted, that information that was gathered from that camera that was not ALPR enabled, but we were able to zoom in on the plate and utilize that as a lead, led us to South County, that led us to the people that had committed that homicide. So that certainly is something that we know that happened in the city of Monterey that resolved a case for us. And sometimes we know that we have different crimes that happen here. So we've heard a lot about what we call smash and grab retail theft that we've actually heard the governor talk a lot about, and having the California Highway Patrol assist in different cities with trying to address those issues. And with those kinds of things, we have certainly had high-end retail stores where we have groups of people that come in and take all kinds of merchandise and then flee. And so this would certainly enable us to develop leads in finding those people. And depending on the situation, a lot of times we don't have leads, and this would enable us to perhaps find those folks. There's also data from some of the vendors that demonstrate, you specifically asked about Monterey, but certainly in other cities that have implemented this technology, kind of looking at it from a different view, where they have shown utilizing data that there has been crime deterred for things like catalytic converters and auto theft, because when they started describing and announcing and sending out media releases that they had this technology, they saw that they started having less of those types of crimes.
Is there any information, kind of shifting gears, any information you could share in terms of a margin of error?
I don't understand what you mean.
Sorry. So in other words, has this tool, in the research that you and your department has done, found instances where possibly a vehicle was pinged that was, let's say, an incorrect vehicle?
Certainly. And so that's absolutely a concern. And with new technologies, sometimes the law is catching up with those technologies, or there are issues that have occurred. And that's why I believe that the Senate bill was passed to ensure that those things are addressed. And that is included in our policy, that when we have a hit on a car, that the officers have to verify that the numbers that they're seeing the hit, that those are the numbers on the plate so that they can see that that's correct. They then have to confirm by running it through the computer, so a different system than what the hit was on, through a CLETS or a state system or through dispatch to ensure that that information is still correct.
Got it. Thank you. That's all for me. I'm still very interested to hear what the public's take is on this item. Thank you.
Okay, any Councilmember Barber?
So, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to find out, kind of, I guess, in the same line of, are there other checks and balances? I know the 30-day for being able to delete those that are not that are not tied to any crimes or evidence in any crimes. But I know it's supposed to be automatic is what I'm understanding, but is there a check and balance on that? Or how these, all those other license plates and descriptions are being washed per se?
So the technology assists with that, but for our organization, what would happen is when that ping happens, they have to verify it through a secondary source. And in the policy as well, sometimes we might get a description of a person. And in our policy, it relates that even if you have a hit on a car, the first thing you have to do is confirm that information. So it's a pointer system that then needs to be confirmed. And then if it relates to a person, that they need to, if at all possible, try to look at the description of the person that also might be associated to the vehicle. And so a lot of these issues, as we've looked at different technologies, have been a concern, rightly so. And so the technology looks at ways to address some of those issues that I think some of the vendors could better describe how they look at those technological issues to ensure the accuracy of the actual technology. But the human aspect of ensuring that is that the pointer relates to what it is. We then confirm that information and then take action after confirming the information.
Okay. So there's kind of there's a technical check and balance from the vendor, and then there's a human check and balance that's coming from your department.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, I want to follow up with what you were answering in terms of the checks and balances. And I think it's important to remember, as the chief has said, it's their leads, their clues and leads that are going to be actionable, but nothing replaces the contact, the development of probable cause, the obtaining of a search warrant. So no one is just acting on just the technology that gives you this data and then rushes out and makes an arrest. It all has to be verified through the typical law enforcement, steps and procedures. I want to share one additional story. Thank you. Those were all very relevant. I wish we had this back in the day that I was working. They were not called automatic. They were called license plate readers. Now we have the technology that's advanced for the ability to have the information be shared outside of the city to ping into the larger system to say and ask the question, has this license plate been seen on any one of your cameras in any other city? That's what the request winds up being. So the story I want to relate is that I had a student of mine, session 2, she sits down, we go around, she shares what's been going on the last 30 days, and she'd been the victim of a stolen vehicle. Vehicle was stolen out of her driveway. It was a 3-month-old car, a very, very high-end kind of a car, but very highly sought after car thieves and racers. Her car is stolen. Their house is under construction. It didn't get caught on her neighborhood next door camera. It got caught by a partial camera in a neighborhood, a neighbor, but not the license plate, just the car that was rolling down the street at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Fast forward, she makes the report to her local agency. They enter the license plate. She goes off to class. She shares the story. She got a call this morning at breakfast that they're notifying her that her car had been noticed on ALPR cameras in 3 different other cities. So good news for her. She's excited. They haven't caught him yet, but that car is rolling, it's moving, and there are some more leads. One of the other students in the class is Livermore PD, and he then gets involved and says, hey, and he's part of a task force. So he calls somebody else. They activate a broader watch for that license plate. 30 days later, we come back and there's the student and she's got the follow-up story. Her car was recovered. It had been spotted in 7 different cities, 3 different counties. It never got stopped live rolling. And then the plate went cold. It was traveling, but they'd taken the plate off so they weren't able to see it. But there had been a second car that had been spotted, and that license plate had not been removed. And they'd made an arrest of 2 felons, parolees that were wanted in a different car. Well, San Francisco PD got involved, Marin County, all these different agencies, and I think it went through like 7 different agencies. They found her stolen car in a garage in San Francisco with a different plate on it, confirmed by the officers that responded to the call through the VIN number, backed it up to, well, this plate's the wrong plate, but it's supposed to have the other plate, and it's stolen in a different city 100 miles away. So there were multiple arrests, multiple police departments, all able to follow the leads of where these cars were going based on the license plate reading ability. And there were about 8 people that were arrested over the course of 2 weeks as a result of the ability for all these agencies to have the actionable leads based on the ability for all of these cities that had license plate readers that were able to then activate the officers to follow up on those leads. So I've heard stories, obviously, with this class and students and people that I know in the business. I wished I'd had this 30 years ago. We had license plate readers, but we did not have the technology to tell us what we could do then. And I can say there's one big story on Monterey during the motorcycle races. There were 11 stolen motorcycles with a value of $400,000 loaded on a trailer in the middle of the night in a parking lot of a hotel. It took 1.5 years for any of those motorcycles to ever be recovered, mostly in parts. But had we had a license plate reader somewhere that they would have crossed through, we would have recovered hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property and kept our community safer. So I'm excited about the technology that provides the actionable clues. I'm really excited to hear what the community has to say. I think it's important to ask, to go out to the community and start the education process. So that's just my comment.
Thank you very much. Mayor Williamson, did you have any questions or this time?
Yeah, a few questions. Thanks, Chief, for the presentation. In the staff report, it identifies of having done some work with civil liberty groups in the establishment of the policy, and I was wondering which groups did we work with on that?
So that was based on some information that we had received from a vendor that's up in the Bay Area. They had worked with different civil liberties groups in Vallejo specifically that had looked at a policy. So the policy that we developed, as I had talked about in the agenda report, is a Lexipol policy that's developed. And I had asked for other policies that are contemporary with other agencies that have already processed through this. And from that, we learned that the Vallejo Police Department had gone, I think, to several processes and through several community groups. And that was the policy that was provided to them after they'd worked with different civil liberties groups.
Okay, thank you. And then could you describe the process and how it works for an employee to be able to access the data? Like so they walk up to a computer, they're granted access, and only certain individuals are granted access. They use their username and ID to log in, and they have access to all the data. And how does that work?
Sure. So the first thing that would happen is they would obviously have to go through the training, understand the policy, and get signed off that they've had the training and understand all of the issues that have been described. They then, depending on what they're doing, have different ways to access. So let's talk about the hot sheet. So if they're driving around in the police car, their computer is going to be turned on. And if we have the mobile ALPR and they're driving by a plate, then it could ping on a plate and say, hey, that car could be stolen. It alerts them to that. Or they could be alerted through the system. Well, maybe they're sitting at the police department and there's an alert from a hot sheet as a car goes by a fixed point. So then police cars could start moving to that area to try to locate that vehicle that for whatever reason is on the hot plate. That's the pointer. Then they have to confirm that the information that they've been alerted to from the system, that the ABC 123 is the plate that now they're following. They also have to confirm through dispatch that that is still correct information, that that's still happening, and they then would take action. So that's one way to access that information. The second way would be if they're conducting some sort of an investigation. So if they're conducting an investigation and they need to get into the system, then yes, they would log into the system, much like we do with any of our systems that has a login, a username, a password. It captures all that information and they have to put a reason that they're getting into that system. So they have to put, usually it's a case number or some specific reason as to why they are accessing that database to find that information. And then it's like other computer systems where based on the information they're inputting, they're looking for whatever it is they're looking for to determine if that would then give them the information.
Okay, thank you for that. About how many individuals do we anticipate gaining access to this system?
Well, all 53 of the police officers would be trained and have access to it. And then I have other support staff that might assist us with doing analytical work and those kinds of things. So they might also have access to it depending on what their job is. So I have a total of 67 or 69 employees that potentially might have access to the information. But I want to point out that like any other criminal information, they have to have a need and a right to know. And if they don't, as is related in the policy, that could be violations of law. It certainly could be violations of our administrative policy. And so the people that are accessing this would have a full understanding like they do with any kind of computer systems. Sometimes people joke with me, hey, can you run my buddy? And they don't understand, no, it's illegal for me to do that because they're educated with TV, but we can't do that on any system without a need and a right to know. They already understand that, and that would apply here as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just one last question, and it's a little bit of a follow-up to Gino's question earlier. And I think it was something that was referenced in the presentation as well about deterrence and data. Is there data available on deterrence? I think it would be helpful to see that if there is, just looking at examples from other communities, what were crimes like before and after the implementation of the system? Do you know if there's that data that's available for us?
There's absolutely data that's available. And quite frankly, there are vendors who would like to be a part of this presentation, but I purposely didn't want them to be a part of this presentation because I wanted to present to you first, get a feel for where you are with this, give an introduction, explain it, and then certainly we can bring a vendor in that could describe a lot of data and what they found in the work that they've done with this.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Alan, that's it for me.
Okay, and I think pretty much my questions have been asked and answered. So with that, we'll go to public comment at this time. If you're in the chambers and you want to speak, could you stand up at this time? I see one person. And then those of you on Zoom, if you could raise your electronic hand if you're on Zoom or a phone.
Hey, Alan, just as a helpful pointer that I got from feedback from folks online, it might be helpful to do a countdown just to let them know when.
Okay, we'll do
the time periods.
We're going to do a 10-second countdown. Please have raised your hands in the next 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, one. And how many hands do we have?
7.
7. Okay, so at this time, we'll close the opportunity for public comment on this to the 7 online and the 1 in the chamber, and encourage our speaker in the chamber to come forward at this time. And 3 minutes to each of the speakers.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm Michelle Welsh. I'm a volunteer with the American Civil Liberties Union Monterey County chapter. And I'm here because the ACLU is very concerned about these automated license plate recognition systems. And the reason for our concern is that it creates a vast surveillance network throughout the entire city, where cameras will take photographs of everyone who passes by that location. It may be focused on the license plate, but as we saw in the one photo we saw here, it takes a picture of the car, but also anyone around who is within range of the camera. And they're very fast cameras and they capture a lot. And they will mostly be taking photos of ordinary people going about their daily lives and business. People going to school, people going to work, people walking down the street, people driving past on their way to visit someone or go to the doctor. And sometimes those are private places where people don't expect to be surveilled if they're going to a certain type of doctor or to a religious service. It will observe them all. And this is all with very little or no evidence that ALPR is really effective to address crime. And you've expressed interest in this. There was a study by the Electronic Frontiers Foundation that found that in a 2-year period, the city of Los Angeles scanned 234 million plates with a hit rate of 0.22%. The city of San Bernardino, 162 million plates with a hit rate of 0.06%, and Sacramento, 116 million plates with a 0.1 hit rate. So that means millions of people were photographed. Data was collected on them. Possibly their photos appeared through the car windows with no reason, no probable cause, no criminal activity whatsoever. Another study in Vallejo found that 37% of the hits were misreads. A study by the Brennan Center said that 1% of ALRP hits were connected to crime. The rest were not. There's a high price to pay for installing a system like this that isn't as effective as other non-surveillance techniques, and it sacrifices everyone's privacy. There are various other concerns that I see that I'm running out of time to express, but one is that sharing with both federal agencies is prohibited by California law, but it's happening anyway, and the ACLU has filed suits because people are not complying with that law. So I'm out of time. There's more to say, and I hope I'll have another opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. And if there's more information you'd like to share, please send an email to the city clerk and she'll share it with the council. Okay, and let's go to our online participants.
So first I'll call in Gary. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Gary Curcio, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I don't think that we can put a price on safety for our residents and guests. This technology is being used all around us, the city of Carmel, the city of Seaside. And I believe that we are obligated to give our police department every tool they can possibly have to help them in the tremendously difficult jobs that they do every single day. I don't share the concern of our speaker prior to this. Let's face it, everyone in this chamber has a cell phone with a camera on it. pictures are being taken constantly in all phases of our lives today. If we are solid citizens, which most of us are, you have your picture taken, so what? This is new technology. This is something that we have to, we cannot tie the hands of our police department when other police departments around us already have this technology and it's working extremely well. From the hospitality's perspective, this not only is for our residents, it's for our visitors as well, for the protection of our visitors as well as residents. And we strongly recommend that the council authorize the police department to move forward on this, receive more information, and keep this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Curcio. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Esther Malcolm, President of the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association. I absolutely doubt that any of my neighbors in this neighborhood would have a problem with this. I think we are actually, I'm frankly surprised that we're looking like we're one of the last ones to take this technology on. The fact that the cities surrounding us all have it and we don't create a vacuum in our area, which I don't understand why it's taken this long to even talk about it. The more that we can share with these cities that are surrounding us, the better chances there are of having criminals caught and deterring crime. So I absolutely support it, and I have 100% confidence that our police department will use it appropriately. And I don't see any reason whatsoever why we shouldn't have this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Esther. Next speaker, please.
Jean, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is Jean Rash, Monterey Vista, speaking for myself. I have questions, and that might go as strongly as into concerns. I don't have a problem with a license plate being read. I do have a problem with people being photographed. I would think it's sophisticated enough that you could separate that you could have a program that truly only identified license plates. I'm not sure that my license plate has a right of privacy, but I think the people inside the cars do. I think I do. I think my granddaughter does. I don't want her filmed. I don't want myself filmed. And I wonder if there aren't programs that exist that are sophisticated enough to separate the two issues. So that would be my question. I also, it was a quick picture of the map. There looked like there were a lot of locations. Maybe there is a need for a lot of locations, but my first reaction was, wow, that's a lot of locations. If it were me, I'd put it at the, and it could be a system that was limited to license plates. I would have it at the major exits and entrances, the on and off ramps. We're a town surrounded by highways. I don't think you have to have 5 at Macy's. I think I saw 2 at Macy's, but I think there were a lot at the shopping center. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's a high risk area. 2 weeks ago, it sure was. So anyway, those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Jean. Next speaker, please.
Calling on Richard. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Monterey City Council. Richard Rosellos, speaking for myself. I have high praise for Chief Hober to bring this system up. We talked about this together several years ago. We're not leaders. We're very slow followers. In the presentation, not enough was said about Carmel. Carmel led the peninsula with this camera license plate reader. They have solved major crimes, from violent gang initiation, rapes of a senior woman, to graffiti, to smash and grabs. It has worked fantastic for them. You need to hear from them. Pacific Grove had theirs on for 1 week and immediately got a stolen car. This is a force multiplier for Monterey police in a very violent world. It has never been this threatening in my lifetime, and I've lived here since I was born. We're getting by, but the rest of the world is turning extremely violent. The last active shooter that happened was a man that shot many people in a bowling alley, got in his vehicle, and went to another location. This is the system that could catch him between intersections, and at least we'd have an idea what's going on and where to go. Technology is a difficult subject for people to grasp. I know in my neighborhood 3 years ago, we had over a dozen prowlers and break-ins. It was because of our communication among our neighbors, we managed to get enough camera footage to put a few of those people in prison. That did happen here. It's documented. And now I don't know a neighbor that doesn't have a camera. It's technology we use to keep ourselves safe. This is going to keep our community safe. And I urge Monterey not to take 7 years to approve cannabis like it did. The go slow movement needs to stop. This is a system that needs to be adopted soon. And bank robberies, smash and grabs, it's a violent world, and we need to address it for the safety of the community. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your comment. Next comment, please.
This is a telephone caller, last 3 digits 902. Please go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. I ask you to reject this technology for the city. It violates the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the liberty guaranteed, which is sharply curtailed by not only watchers at all the gates, but watchers throughout the city. It violates Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution, which repeatedly guarantees our liberty and our freedom and our privacy. This violates all of this. Mature, efficient, and effective policies that support the community first and foremost protect the law and the Constitution and the civil liberties of people. This proposal has no relation with a highly qualified workforce or safe, healthy, economically vibrant community, as stated in the staff report. This covers all the ingress in one plan, all the ingress egress points for the city of Monterey and other locations, as you saw on the map. Another plan covers a perimeter with some ingress egress points. The system is a dragnet that collects everyone, as the ACLU speaker noted, not just those who commit crimes. It collects and stores the data for each person and when and where they enter and leave the city and where they travel in the city, and this is a very slippery slope. Erosion of civil rights always is, because it's advantageous for authorities to restrict the freedom of its citizens to a greater and greater extent. It has a chilling effect on citizen freedom. The public is very familiar of incidents, including in this community, with mistakes, people hurt, killed, charged with crimes they didn't commit, deprived of property due to zealousness, lack of following protocols and rules, and the vulnerability of those individuals. This is proposed within the context of tracking initiatives being sold by companies and consultants at the League of California Cities, which envisions many additional sensors throughout the city to surveil residents, workers, and visitors, a few of which Monterey has already approved. All data is collected and stored. Humans run the system, and the system is very powerful. Who monitors? Monitors. Who makes sure data is deleted and not backed up or shipped off-site? And hearing federal have access to it, I'm not surprised. If vendors have access to info, that's also a problem. And all this data collection and storage comes at a climate change cost of rapidly growing electricity needs at a time when we need to conserve electricity. A RAND report is cited in the staff report. It's not reliable or unbiased source of information. RAND recommendations support industries providing the services they hype. Vendors are also not an accurate source of info. Of course, vendors want to sell their devices and they get licensing fees, etc. The report refers to privacy concerns. This completely misrepresents the issue. Privacy is a guaranteed right in this country. It is steadily being eroded, but the state and federal constitutions guarantee it. Carmel is a different community, largely absentee residents. This is using fear to push a civil rights eroding policy that will be very detrimental to this community. Is there education plan in the next few months or public comment? It sounds like it's education, like the education camps. I request that you deny this project now and not proceed further.
Thank you for your comments, Nina. If there's more you'd like to share, please feel free to email the council. We'd like to hear any additional thoughts that you weren't able to express. Next speaker, please.
Next, I'm calling on another telephone caller with the last three digits 500. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Wendy Brickman speaking for myself. I'm totally in favor of obtaining this technology. I think it's more than time to do so. Just in this month alone, there's been strong arm robberies, there's been gun-toting people at Macy's, there's been road rage. We didn't talk about Amber Alerts and how it helps. I think things have changed from the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. It's just gotten more and more violent. And this is a beautiful community for our residents and our visitors. And speaking of visitors, you look at San Francisco. I've had my car broken into 2 times up there. That was up to 23,000 break-ins a year before COVID. And they're getting license plate recognition software and technology now. I don't know what took them so long. And in Beverly Hills, I happened to be driving in LA, and my husband and I were driving around. And when we approached Beverly Hills, there was this lit up digital sign that says, "Welcome to Beverly Hills, police drones in use." All right. Now, we're not asking for that, but at this point, things are just getting out of hand from Maine to, how many shootings a year. We have to be able to have a deterrent. And in fact, I would have, if this is adopted, I would urge an ongoing PR campaign so that people who come from, a gang who want to take advantage of our citizens or our locals are warned that they will be monitored and their license plates will be monitored. So I understand the privacy rules. And at this point, I think we're at a time in our lives, and I've lived here 33 years now. I don't remember these kind of incidents in such a short period of time, that it's time to take advantage of the tools and give them to the police. And I trust that Chief Hober will make sure that they're used judiciously, safely, and honoring our privacy as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Wendy. Next caller, please.
This is our last speaker calling on Tammy.
Yes, Tammy Jennings. And I want to say that I think this is something that is way overdue. I'm a law-abiding citizen. You want to take my picture? Go ahead. It doesn't bother me because I'm not breaking the law. So I think it's a good thing for the people that live here and the law-abiding citizens that visit here. And I understand about civil liberties, and a lot of our liberties are being taken away, but this is something that I feel is important for the people that live here and the safety of our citizens. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Tammy. So with that, we'll close public comment on this item and turn to council for comments and direction. Would like to go first. Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I'd like to see staff continue with the process and engage the stakeholders and refine their outreach. Consider what it is that they need in terms of reaching residents, stakeholders, and just continue. I think the recommendation is that this is an education part for us. The first step is to let us know what they're thinking, and I think they're on the right track, and I'd support them continuing.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Barber.
So I echo my colleague. I think it's something that we do need to look more into. I think he spoke well about it's the education process now, but it's also a collaboration process as well. And meaning like some of the pieces that we were talking about with the civil and community agencies and being able to work alongside with them as far as them being a part of the project, I think would be a good idea. Getting more information from the vendor as well that we talked about.
I'm sorry, part of my interruption.
Yeah.
I understand that Councilmember Garcia's having some audiovisual problems,
Okay.
and the rules state under the exception that he's participating in this way. We can't take any action or anything when there's a technological problem.
So maybe we should take a pause.
I'm thinking just maybe just wait. I think
Take him
he
on
just
right
needs to
5.
plug in his
Just a
computer.
few minutes. Yeah, he's trying to, he had his charger plugged in and the laptop shut off. So he's trying to reconnect.
Let's take a Monterey 5. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes
Sorry
or
for
so.
interruption.
Welcome back, public. We're ready to reconvene our meeting. We have our council reassembled. Do we know, Gino, did you hear Ed's comments before you lost connection? Or when did you kind of lose? Did you hear Ed's comments or Kim's comments?
Yeah, I think that was the last thing I heard. Sorry about that. It was something strange.
Did you hear Kim's comment?
I didn't hear Kim's comment.
Okay, so Councilmember Kim, if you'd like to go ahead and repeat your comments.
Sure. And I'll do it verbatim too. No, I'm really cannot. But no, I was concurring with my colleague that I felt like we do need to know more about this. I feel like it's a good tool to use, especially in this day and time. Unfortunately, we are living in a very different type of day and time. I definitely hear the concerns of privacy, but I feel like that we have enough information that we can be able to see you all working with civil and community agencies to work together to make sure that it's something that everybody feels like that they have a part in. So collaboration and education is basically what I'm seeing to go further. But I would like to see us continue to move forward with getting this into the city of Monterey.
Okay, council members Garcia or Williamson, or Mayor Williamson, either of you would like to speak? Any comments or no?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
So, you know, I would start off this conversation. There's a couple of thoughts that I have, and I might get a little bit too high level, and I'll try to avoid going too deep there. But what's frustrating to me is that we spend a lot of funding and resources on Band-Aid issues, right? And this isn't to say we're going to solve all crimes, but I think that there are deeper issues within society where we could be investing our funding into. And so, you know, how are we preventing people from falling into this in the first place? Again, we're not going to solve this overnight, and I know that we need to find solutions that create a safe environment for our residents and visitors. So I appreciate the police department being proactive in regards to finding these solutions and working with the community on it. I'd also share that there was a few comments in regards to folks feeling that I think one of the comments specifically stated, you know, I don't break the law, so I have nothing to worry about, and I don't mind having my picture taken. And I think it becomes something that is not taking into the full picture in regards to people's civil liberties. And I think that's the concern, obviously, that's being heard. And so my last little preamble thought here is I don't think that anybody that spoke tonight or those that are against the idea of us moving forward with this are in support of those that are committing offenses to be able to go free or to be able to do what they want to do. I think everybody is in agreement that we need to keep our community safe. It's just how we do it and how does that counteract and interact with our other rights. And so I think it is important for us to drill down here a little bit more and make sure that we're doing the best that we can to ensure that we're protecting people's civil liberties. That being said, I just wanted to do a few follow-up questions. What are we looking at in regards to the overall cost of the program? I know there's a lot of more work that we need to do to get a more finite number, but is there something that could be given in regards to what ballpark we're looking at?
Yes. So in preliminarily talking to some vendors, the coverage that we have suggested would be an initial cost. Again, these are estimates and there's different vendors as well, of about $135,000 with an ongoing cost of about $105,000. That's based on 35 cameras at 32 different locations.
And you said 105 ongoing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And then could this data be used to share with federal agencies like ICE regarding undocumented individuals?
No, it specifically relates in the policy that it would not be shared with those federal entities. And in fact, the Department of Justice on October 27th, the State Department of Justice on October 27th has released 2 new memos related to this, clarifying some questions about who it could not be shared with based on some other things that have occurred lately. And so I would incorporate into the policy that isn't in there yet. The question about ICE is in there that says we won't share it for immigration enforcement, but we would also include information that we would not share it with other states or federal entities, as is suggested by the state's attorney general.
Okay. There was a comment made in regards to trying to see if there was, I think it was Gene Rash shared, if there's a way for us to differentiate between license plates and people. Is there a way that we can maybe more narrowly focus on a license plate, like the region where the license plate is, as opposed to kind of a broader image? Is that something that's a possibility?
That's something that I would like a vendor to speak to, because they have talked to us about that, and they do focus just on the car. And some of those slides that I had up there, they understand that those are concerns, and so they don't want to capture that information. That being said, sometimes when those photographs are taken, there could be somebody's photo that's in there, but the photo of the person does not go into the system for figuring out if that car was used in some type of crime. So while the cameras might capture that, the photos are not entered into that information from the person is not put into the system and the algorithms that they're looking at.
Yeah, I think what I hear as far as the concerns is just having the images taken and then what's done with that potential leak or whatever that might look like. I think the example that was given was, going into like a physician's office for an appointment and what the implications of that could be. So I guess that kind of leads to my next question, which I think I know the answer to, but I'm assuming we can decide where we're going to put these and maybe create zones where it's not appropriate to have them if there's a lot of community concern around certain areas of the community.
Certainly. And that certainly is a topic that is of concern and understandable. And I think that's why we don't want to share with other states, because of other issues that Gene was alluding to. And certainly we can write that in here and be sensitive to those issues. Just going back to that other question, though, I don't know that I've answered that or have the knowledge to appropriately answer the question about the people. So I think that if we had somebody come and describe the technology, they would better be able to describe that specific question about pictures of people and what exactly happens to that, or think what doesn't happen with it.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that. I think that's it for my questions. Just to kind of wrap up my thoughts, I think trying to make sure that we're looking at this through a lens of a strict privacy principle, I think is going to be absolutely critical as we roll this out. I think, Chief, you're doing a great job of this initial proposal and really getting us set right. And I'll just give the example that was spoken about earlier and in the staff presentation around already taking into account the 30-day limit of purging the data for those that aren't on the hot list that didn't pass state legislation, but we're going to move forward with it. So I think things like that are getting us teed up well to have something that is going to be the best that it can be given the technology and trying to strike the right balance. One of my main concerns that I have worry about is the control over who has access. And so I'm not sure how we can maybe find a way of further refining that and helping to validate when folks are accessing it. I imagine that there might be, based off of the 2 different ways of that, Chief, when you described it earlier, how folks can access it, it seems like one might be in a more emergency situation when you're trying to solve a crime and being able to jump in there quickly. But I don't know what that looks like. If it's somebody that's auditing and reviewing the reports around who's accessing when and validating that data in regards to known cases on somewhat regular basis, I think might be a good way of kind of ensuring that misuse isn't occurring with this sensitive data. So just kind of throwing that thought out. And then I heard a concern too in regards to controlling the number of fixed readers. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know that right balance. I know that the proposal was given, but I just am basing it off of the feedback that I'm hearing from the public. So that's it for my comments.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Councilmember Garcia, do you have any comments to share at this time?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll maybe start at the high level and then I'll get into some of the details. So it's important that we find a balance between public safety and civil rights. And I know our police department is aware of the importance of finding that balance. George Washington, in his farewell address, talks about the importance of having a strong, vigorous government to protect us because that protects our liberties. So public safety, without public safety, where is the liberty to move about and assemble? Where is the ability to go to travel and to do things, right? If you're afraid to go to your place of worship, your school, a bowling alley, a movie theater, because of the fear of crime, that's hindering your liberty. So public safety protects liberty when done right. And on the other hand, if public safety abuses its power and unduly harms people's liberty, that's undermining the purpose of public safety. So we have to find the balance. Both of these are important. And Monterey has done a great job, I believe, historically, and our police department has done a great job of trying to find that balance. And I'm confident we'll do it this time too. Nina Beatty mentioned that the data would, the vendors would have access to the data. So I think that's something I'd like us to think about, like what kind of access are they going to have? What kind of controls do we have or abilities to, first of all, they shouldn't be able to monetize that data. Presumably they can't, but I would definitely want to make sure that they're not able to monetize that data and that they shouldn't be able to access it for any kind of unauthorized purposes. And if they do, there should be consequences for them. So that's one thing that I think is really important. And regarding Gene Rash's concern, if there is any way, and again, this is something we'll have to take up with the vendors, if there is any way to make sure that the images are focused on the license plates and are not sort of taking in faces and people, I think that would go a long way to satisfying some concerns. I think the 30-day watch period is great. I'm glad to hear about that. I think some more information on the success at the data level in some of these other cities would be helpful. And then finally, I would say we definitely need to do some outreach and not just information, but also listening to groups like the ACLU, Monterey County NAACP, LULAC, as well as our neighborhood associations and our business associations before this comes back. But so those would be my comments, and look forward to hearing more. And I thank you for the work that you've done on this. Does staff need any kind of formal direction, or is our comments sufficient? We can't, so.
Hey, Alan, I just wanted to echo your comments in regards to the outreach. I think it's important that we reach out to those specific stakeholders and ensure we're doing some really good polling of folks, as opposed to just setting up a town hall and hoping that folks show up to it. I think it's really important that we do the outreach there.
For that.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you would formulate a resolution just saying we would like staff to continue reach out to all the groups and process the input from today.
Okay, so I would make a motion then that staff pursue moving forward by reaching out to stakeholder groups, including NAACP, ACLU, LULAC, neighborhood associations, and business associations
I'll second that.
And that's been seconded by Councilmember Smith. Any other comments? Okay, then we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's yes for me.
Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. And at this time, we'll go to council comments. Who'd like to go first? Okay, Council Member Barber.
Happy Thanksgiving. That's my comment. Eat.
That's a good
And
comment.
Mary.
That's a good comment. I'm afraid, Councilmember Smith, any
Let
comment?
us go first.
Okay. Gino or Tyler, comment, council comments or?
None here. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate the, and somebody might have the information more readily available, but the December 1st is the Christmas tree lighting in front of City Hall. So just want to ensure that folks get that invitation. Maybe hopefully that can go out in a e-news blast. But yes, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Take care of yourselves.
Ed? Councilmember Ed?
Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy good cheer with your family. Enjoy some football. Go 49ers. And let me also say congratulations to the Monterey Toreadors varsity who had a playoff game Saturday. Didn't turn out the way they had hoped, but phenomenal season, phenomenal playoff. They lost in the second level against Soquel, but kudos to the coach and their team for all the hard work in the season. But hopefully they have a great Thanksgiving break as well. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
And I'll just close with similar comments. Wish all of our staff and our residents to have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. City manager comments.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right. So we're ending with Thanksgiving. That's good. And with that, we'll conclude this meeting. Thank you very much.